Good evening, welcome to the Planning Applications Committee. Apologies for absence, please. We have David Chung, and thank you, Rebecca Ryan, for substituting tonight. No other apologies. Master speakers, Dennis, and thank you, Dennis and Pez, for subbing tonight. Minutes of the previous meeting, can we agree those, please? Thank you. For the public's information, we will be taking each item, officers will present the report, and then if you're wishing to speak, you will have 3 minutes in which to do so. We have a traffic light system here. When it gets to amber, it means you've got 1 minute left, so it's helpful for me if you are aware of that and actually stop on the 3 minutes, otherwise I will have to ask you to stop. If there are two objectors speaking, then the agent who is speaking on that application will have an equivalent amount of time to respond. After the public have had their opportunity to speak, we then move over to officers to respond to the comments that have been made, and then when it moves to the members, there is no opportunity after that for the public to speak. So it's then down to the members. We will take questions and then comments on each of the agenda items, and then we will arrive at a decision. The items tonight on the agenda, we will be taking the school item first, which is agenda item 10, and that will then be followed by item 5, which is Bushey Road, and then item 7, which is Cottenham Park Road, item 8, 356 Garth Road, item 9, Grange Park Place, and then 11, 12, 6 and 13. We have no speakers for the last 4. That's the order of the agenda tonight. With the school application, I will be asking members to turn to the planning considerations in their report when we come to discussing, and we will take each of the items under planning consideration separately with questions and comments, and then move on to the next item. So I now hand over to Jonathan.
Chair, if I can just draw members' attention to the modifications sheet. You'll see that there's quite a bit of material in the modifications sheet relating to this item. The modification sheet itemises the most recent changes made to the scheme for the secondary school, provides an update to consultation, including from key consultees such as Transport for London. Includes additional comments from the applicant in support of their air quality assessment, and provides commentary from the Council's Environmental Health Officer on the applicant's comments. Before you can see the site for the proposed secondary school. The site comprises 3 elements. Site formerly occupied by the, or sub-occupied by the Ealing Pentecostal Church, site occupied by Domex, domestic appliance servicing, and it includes part of the site of Merton Abbey Primary School and the former community centre buildings, which are located pretty much in the centre of the screen here. The proposals have been developed over a number of years and really follow what has been a bulge in live births in the borough. The council has, over recent years, accommodated this bulge in births in terms of primary school expansion, that this now needs to be accommodated at secondary school level. At present, the Council has engaged with the Harris Academy and has temporary measures in place at Wackley Avenue near to Morden Centre, but there is very much a need for new school provision from 2020. As part of the proposals, the Council has facilitated the relocation of the Elim Pentecostal Church. Members may be familiar with the proposals to redevelop and remodel the Merton Hall site, which in turn has entailed relocation of former occupiers of users of that building. The scheme is to be funded and is supported by the Department for Skills and Education. If I can just take you through the site as it is at the moment. I don't know if you've taken the time and the opportunity to visit the site. You can see the church, building occupied by the church. In the background, a photograph, Domex in the foreground. And then working our way, so swinging with a view from east, then westwards towards Main Road. You can see again the Domex building, and then there are trees beyond, which is roughly around the area where the community building is. This is the site as viewed from Moranton Way. The treed area in the foreground is, as you will see from the site location plan, actually part of Transport for London's land and not the council's. We have some photographs of the community centre. We have the entrance to the High Path estate from Moranton Way, and this would be pretty much the area towards the end, so the eastern end of the site. The applicant has circulated colour pamphlet setting out details of the proposals with some images, so this would be where the far end of the building would be located. Some further shots of the High Path estate. Again, looking towards the pinch point in High Path where the carriageway reduces to one way only. A shot looking from above, taken from one of the mapping websites with the site outlined in red. If I can take members through the various drawings that we've got here, you can see the site outlined in red, the building outlined in black here, and you can see a number of small rectangles here, which are columns supporting an overhanging section of the building. And you can see here a multi-use games area which is being proposed, part of which is within the main body of the which is within the main body of the site. We can work our way up through the floors of the building. You see various classrooms and administrative facilities. Fronting up the administrative facilities are fronting onto High Path. And working our way up through the building, classrooms, and you'll see throughout this on the left side of the images, which is the west side of the site, a large sports hall facility. The building rises up to between 4 and 5 stories and would be up to a maximum of 18.3 metres high. The proposals comprise a mixture of facing brick. These stripes that you can see here are in fact a lot of detailed bricks which form a series of vertical ridges within the brickwork to add interest to what might otherwise be a rather bland elevation. You'll see here some rather dark panels to the building. Again, use of composite rendered panels here to again break up the overall massing of the building. Just taking you through the photographs a little bit more. You'll see here the applicants have provided tracking plots to show that the site can be adequately serviced by larger vehicles for purposes of picking up and dropping off in connection with perhaps some extracurricular activities. And here we have the response to the planning comments regarding the design of the building. Again, annotated to show detailing to the brickwork and other features for the building, showing the entrance to the proposals. As you can see here, one of the concerns that have been raised was to ensure that we actually have a very clear and welcoming entrance onto High Path. I believe that's the last image that we've for this. The proposals, as you'll see from the numerous images that I've shown, don't include playing fields actually on the site. Nearby Nursery Road is an area of publicly managed playing fields, and it's proposed by agreement with the council that there'll be opportunity to use those playing fields. In terms of the bulk and height of the building, the proposals need to be considered in the context of the proposed regeneration of the High Path estate, which again some of the members may be familiar with. The proposals at 45 stories are considered to be entirely in context with the proposed regeneration, which is now underway. Again, if you visited the site, you'll see that the phase 1 part of the development is now ordered. Buildings have been cleared, and preparation of that for that development to go ahead is well underway. Consultations have been extensive on the application. You'll see from the officer's report in excess of 1,000 addresses have been notified, and various objections have been raised, focusing on matters including air quality, traffic, design, provision of space, impact on neighbour amenity. Officers would also note that there have been a number of letters in support of the proposals. Various internal and external consultations have been undertaken, and if I could again refer members to the officers' report, and you'll see there's an extensive summary of the feedback that officers have received in connection with the proposals, including those from, as I said, Transport for London, our transport planning officers, and our environmental health officers. Some of the significant responses that have been made include those from Transport for London, where there was a significant request, a request for a significant sum to improve bus capacity, which would lead to a Section 106 contribution. That matter has recently been reviewed or revised by Transport for London, who are now requesting a figure half that was originally requested. Similarly, Merton Transport's officers have provided advice, and again, whilst not raising objections to the proposals in terms of parking and servicing arrangements, are looking at various Section 106 contributions towards improving, for example, links to the Nursery Road playing fields, as the pupils will need to cross a busy main road. Merton's environmental health officers have commented on matters of air quality. You'll see from the officer's report that the considered judgment of the Council's environmental health team is that the proposals are acceptable, but have considered it prudent to include Section 106 contributions as part of any decision, to assist with monitoring the impact of the proposals in conjunction with ongoing monitoring for the air quality in and around the Merton Abbey Primary School. The Council's Design Review Panel has looked at the scheme both at pre-application stage, application stage, and the applicant has provided responses to the concerns that they've raised. You'll see in some detail planning considerations are set out in the officer's report from page 129. And the proposals look in some detail at the loss of existing facilities on the site and the fact that the council has sought to relocate them, the need for the school, which is clearly quantifiable and for which the council has a statutory duty to ensure that there is adequate provision for school children in the borough. It also addresses site selection, it addresses impact on the area, looking at design, standard accommodation, trees, impact on neighbour amenity, traffic and transport, air quality, archaeology, biodiversity, and contamination. The officer's report has comprehensively reviewed the proposals. As I said, the London Borough of Merton has a statutory duty to deliver additional school places. So a legal obligation to deliver. The proposed development would provide a major new secondary school, meeting a defined need, a quantifiable need, arising from significant growth in a cohort of children that would be of secondary school age in coming years. The delivery of a school of the size required to meet known needs has proved challenging, both in terms of identifying suitable sites so as to avoid encroachment on protected open space through the site selection process. The council is now committed to this site. Having identified the site, this in turn has raised further challenges to accommodate the bulk of building necessary to provide a full range of facilities while at the same time addressing the constraints generated by the presence of below-ground infrastructure, including water mains. The bulk massing design of the building would create an imposing and prominent new structure south of the High Path estate, the scale of which would be compatible with the likely built form of the emerging remodelled estate. The need to provide the school and the additional school places in an expeditious manner is considered to be a material consideration in the assessment of the merits of the application, and, notwithstanding observations raised regarding the site and the design of the building, in particular from the Design Review Panel, may be accorded greater weight in the overall assessment. While the use of satellite playing fields may not be ideal from an operational perspective, the planning implications of such an arrangement have necessitated examination of measures to mitigate any impact on highways and pedestrian safety arising from the movement of groups of pupils to and from these facilities, with the scope to deliver suitable solutions. The submission has satisfactorily demonstrated that the issues of air quality, noise, contamination, traffic generation, flood risk and drainage, and sustainability are addressed and acceptable, or can reasonably be addressed via Section 106 obligations. The impact on the wider amenities of the area, including potential impact on the likely forthcoming development on the neighbouring High Park estate, is considered to be acceptable for the reasons set out in this report. Therefore, the recommendation is for approval, subject to conditions, and a Section 106 agreement to cover the heads of terms set out in the officer's report. Thank you.
There's quite a bit of information in the modification that you will have only received this evening, so I'm going to give 6 minutes reading time, please. There, page 3 is a starting point, agenda item 10. That's 6 minutes. If you feel you need a little bit longer, can you let me know you're okay? Anyone struggling there with that? No? Okay. Are you okay if we continue? Yeah?
Yeah.
Councillor Steve, you okay? Okay, we have two people wishing to speak as objectors. Sarah Sharp, please. You have 3 minutes.
Could you start again, please? I didn't do my mic. Could you start again? Thank you. I only fell off my chair on Tuesday when the Cabinet Council Leader, Public Health Director, the Director of Planning and Regeneration, Cabinet Member for Sustainability all spoke powerfully about how medicine-based evidence shows pollution to be a major health hazard, especially to our children, their lungs and cognitive abilities. With 5.3% mortality in Merton due to pollution, they pledged that all departments across the board would work together to tackle pollution to ensure the best healthy start to young lives. It was the best thing I'd heard. And 2 days later, here we are, over to you to put those pledges into practice. A statutory duty to provide a school does not mean worsening air quality and harming our children's health. Our children deserve to breathe clean air in order to learn. Air pollution is raising a generation of children with stunted lung capacity, and this proposed school development on this toxic site will worsen air quality, not substantially improve it. It will affect the most vulnerable, going against the London Plan and draft London Plan. Please refer to the documents before you. The plans are for 1,150 students learning on one of Merton's most notorious toxic air hotspots, bordering the multi-lane Merton Way. The site has little outdoor space, shrunk further by 15% since October. One football pitch for over 1,000 students reached by crossing the hazardous polluted A29, A219 road. The school building 5 stories high with an outdoor rain shelter serving as a smog trap and creating a pollution canyon with high path. 172 additional car journeys, adding emissions and traffic, which TfL warns will worsen air quality. A design review panel that twice gave the amber rating as the design was tall, imposing and not conducive to learning. And what about the worsening air breaches to the primary school next door, already plagued as being one of London's most polluted schools by the Mayor of London? 36 HGVs travelling daily down the A1024 and onto their boundary, where the Harris School's construction operation site has thoughtlessly been located. 27 trees buffering them from pollution cut down and only 12 replaced. Oh, an acoustic fence will do the job. And at last but not least, Merton's biggest ever housing regeneration programme, lasting over a decade, about to start just opposite the proposed school site. Is that substantially improving air quality, giving children the best healthy start? Where does it stop? 40,000 deaths related to pollution a year, 9,000 in London alone, 1.1 million children, 1 in 11 children suffer from asthma, and it's growing at an alarming rate. And yet our planning officers and the applicants' air quality consultants say air quality levels are acceptable and will be so in 2020. How? Relying on flawed modelling projections and faulty assumptions, no on-site testing for true impact, omitting a multitude of key environmental impact assessments on emissions, and Merton's own air quality and public health reports. How can you possibly make an informed decision? Whatever mitigation is proposed for this development tonight, an acoustic fence and some trees is flimsy. Merton's air quality action plan will not be ready for 2020. Please reject this application.
Thank you. Thank you. Can I call on Mr. Davis, please?
Oh, I see. Right. Okay, so my name is Terry Davis. I'm from the National Education Union. I've come here tonight to raise an objection to this particular proposal. So the new school is planned on a really tight site. It's bounded on all sides by very busy roads, creating quite a lot of pollution. I don't think anybody would disagree that pollution is a major issue. There are surveys of organisations, scientists across the country who all say the dangers and the harm caused by ingestion of toxic fumes in the lungs, particularly by young children, and how damaging that can be, producing things such as asthma, pneumonia, emphysema, lung cancer, obstructive pulmonary disease, etc., etc. The list goes on. I don't believe that anyone in this room is not aware of that, and they can't claim not to know of these facts. Even in today's Lancet, there was a survey that was published which shows a study of 2,000 London children taken over a 5-year period and shows a decrease in their lung facility, lung function, as a result of air quality. Also, there was the, I think previously been referred to, that the campaign for Air for Children, signed by several prominent MPs, calling for the government to stop building schools in local air pollution hotspots. Professor Jonathan Grieg said there is overwhelming evidence to suggest that exposure to air pollutants during early life can lead to the development of serious respiratory conditions such as asthma, affecting over 1 million children in the UK today. Similar, I could go on about lots and lots of studies which make this link. Okay, so to the plans itself, most studies conclude that traffic pollution is obviously the biggest cause of particulates, PM10s, PM2.5s, whatever, nitrogen dioxide, etc. The optimistic projections of the developers suggest that things will get better, but I don't think they are. Pollution in this country is getting worse. Pollutants in London are at record levels, and in this particular site, the levels are at illegal levels. In fact, in Civic Air Quality Report, it lists Abbey Primary as one of the top 50 most polluted sites in London. And just imagine what's going to be like once they start knocking the buildings around them down, and once they start developing the neighbouring sites. It's just going to get worse. I wonder what Merton's duty of care is like for the staff in that school and the children in that school once the dust starts flying. The plans about mitigation doesn't remove the problem, it just makes it less worse. I don't think we should settle for less worse, it's not good enough. According to the developers, air consultants, or air quality consultants, they kind of conclude, by 2020, the nature of the traffic in the area will get better just because people will buy more efficient cars. I don't think that's true. It's only 2 years ago that the government was offering scrappage schemes to increase ownership of diesel vehicles. It's not going to go away that quickly. Plus which, many other hauliers prefer diesel because they're better fuel economy. So that's a real problem there too. One final point, if I may please make it, and I know I'm just slightly out of time. Okay. It's about it's a similar matter. It's 3 years now since the death of a colleague and fellow teacher in this borough. She took my daughter. I knew her. My daughter's now 18. It's about asbestos. And of course, in those days when asbestos was used, we didn't know about the dangers. Nobody knew about the dangers. But now we know about the dangers of air quality and what it causes to the damage to children's lungs. We cannot allow this to go forward on that basis. Thank you. Please stop this.
Tim Spencer, I've got Joanna's Larry Zardi, and between you have 6 minutes. So, just Tim Spencer.
Good evening. My name is Joanne Lorizade. I am the principal of Harris Academy, Wimbledon. This new building will make a significant contribution to education in the borough. Harris Federation, an experienced provider, are clear that the site which Merton has selected is perfectly capable of providing an excellent school which meets all of the curriculum needs. The school will meet the urgent demand for places in this community. The council officers are clear that without our new school, they would not have been able to provide places for every child this year, and this will continue to be the case. Places for our first year 7 were in such great demand that we accepted an additional 10 students. Demand for places was so high, not only due to the extra secondary age school children in the borough, but because parents are confident in us keeping their children safe and providing them with an outstanding education. Some of our current students are here with their parents this evening, and our plans have been put together with their education and futures in mind, together with the needs of the wider community around us. Our planning application follows extensive consultation with our neighbours, parents and community groups. It is also the product of the very close engagement the team has had with Merton Council. Any educationist will tell you that there is more to running an outstanding school than just its building. But our plans, both for the internal and outdoor space, have been scrutinised in detail by the Department for Education. They are fully supportive of our designs and, like us, confident that we'll be able to deliver a practical, safe and welcoming environment to provide a broad, balanced, wide-ranging curriculum. We will work collaboratively with Merton Abbey Primary School to improve on what our two schools can offer in isolation. The head teacher of Merton Abbey and I have already agreed collaboration using the multi-use games area. We really believe in collaboration and partnership work. Our multi-use games area, sports hall, drama studio, activity studio and school halls can all be used by the community. Our design teams maximise the usefulness of the outside space on the site. For educational reasons, playtime and lunch times will be staggered for different year groups. At any one time, there will be a maximum of 540 students in the playground, well within the recommended area guidelines. Nursery playing fields provides us with an excellent resource for sport, an important part of our ethos. I am confident about the journey to and from the playing fields for PE lessons in relation both to the safety of my students and ensuring continued amenity for the general public. Admissions are centred around 3 nodal points, the furthest being 1.3 kilometres from the school, meaning the majority of students will walk or cycle to school. Students will be rewarded for using sustainable travel. We know how to make education work. 95% of Paris secondary schools are outstanding. Our reputation relies on us being able to deliver an outstanding school on the site. We are delighted to be here. We have set standards of excellence from day one of opening in the temporary site and will continue to do so for generations to come.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak here today. The school has opened in temporary accommodation in Watley Avenue. The proposed school is thus urgently needed to provide permanent facilities for local families. As explained in the officer's report, the design of the building and site arrangements and landscaping achieve a building which is a positive design response to the site and the context. The design of the building achieves the required sustainability measures to comply with policy. The site is highly accessible. Most trips to the school will be on foot, bicycle or by public transport. The temporary school experiences only 10% of children arriving by car. A robust travel plan and restrictions on site parking will manage travel to the school. The site is essentially a car-free environment with only disabled and minibus parking. Comments from TfL as well as Merton's officers make it clear that the proposals are acceptable, with mitigation secured by conditions as well as some financial contributions. Council's transport planners conclude that all junctions operate satisfactorily considering the development traffic. The transport planners confirm that the surrounding cycle and pedestrian network is suitable to accommodate the proposed school with upgrades to the Morden Road pedestrian crossing. A financial contribution towards additional bus services has been sought to increase capacity. The assessment has found that there is sufficient tram and underground capacity as well. Staggered start and finish times mitigate drop-off and collection pressures and do not coincide with Merton Avenue Primary. Changes to road markings and parking restrictions along High Park are proposed to control parking and setting down around the school. Air quality assessments have been undertaken to address the concerns of the community. An air quality assessment has been assessed by Merton officers who agree that future users will experience acceptable air quality with pollutant levels within required air quality objectives. Our assessment is up to date, it's detailed, it's site-specific, it is more detailed than the coarser grain assessments which have been mentioned this evening, including the London audit. The GLA audit did not rely on local monitoring and predicted points at 20-metre intervals. Merton Council has published 2017 monitoring data which accords with our assessment and indicates acceptable air quality levels. Our assessment has shown that there will be no significant air quality impacts arising from additional traffic to the site. The applicant has demonstrated that the development is air quality neutral as required by the London Plan. During construction, dust and pollution will be strictly controlled in terms of detailed construction management plans. The applicant has worked with officers, the DFE, stakeholders over the past year to arrive at a proposal of the highest quality. We are satisfied that the proposal is for a well-designed, strident building of high quality, which will be an asset to the community. Thank you.
Chair, if I can just respond to the comments that objectors have raised regarding air pollution. My role this evening is as the planning officer, so I'll be dealing with matters which are very much generic in nature and are covered under Council's planning policies and the London planning policies. My colleague Jason Andrews is here and is our pollution control officer, and will have greater insight in terms of technical aspects of air quality. There's no hiding from the fact that as part of the National Air Quality Strategy and Mayor's Air Quality Strategy, the Council has responded to this and has designated the entire borough of Merton as an air quality management area. Now that in itself doesn't mean that we should seek to prevent development from taking place, but it does place an obligation on us to make sure that when assessing proposals, they're properly assessed against some of the more strategic objectives, such as those set out in the London Plan. The London Plan policies, and this is the document which was last updated in 2016, so very much a contemporary document. Policy 7.14 notes that development proposals should make provision to address local problems of air quality, particularly within air quality management areas, and it highlights where we should take special heed of the users of developments, such as children, so where we're looking at proposals for schools. But it does say that we should look at design solutions, buffer zones, or steps to promote greater use of sustainable transport modes through travel plans. And you will see from the report before you this evening that one of the recommendations is to include travel plans in order to reduce the need to travel to and from the site by car. Part B of that policy requires that as part of the assessment of development proposals, they should promote sustainable design and construction to reduce emissions from the demolition and construction of buildings, following the best practice guidance from the GLA. Again, you'll see in the report before you this evening that conditions have been attached which meet with that particular point. At point C, the policy requires that development be at least air quality neutral. And again, that's something which we can, as council officers, seek to monitor and to rectify if there's any measurable increase in any harmful aspects of air quality in the area arising from the development. And you'll see in the report before you that there is a financial contribution required from the development on this particular point. And again, at point D, it looks at provision being made to reduce emissions from development, and again encourages councils to look at the use of Section 106 obligations, which is what we're proposing to do. So, whilst I'm not able to comment in detail on the technical aspects of air quality, I can at least refer you to the relevant policy in the 2016 version of the London Plan and draw your attention to policy 7.14. I've gone through the various
I think we're going to have to clear the building, but I think we need to do it in an orderly way. So that exit there will take you down that corridor, and we will all have to assemble outside.
Oh well, this is a fat lot of good, isn't it? Well said. The fire alarm went off during a planning meeting. You know, they're not necessarily important.
The Dean has come over, he's questioning his notes. David Dean is asking questions. I don't know if you want to talk to him about vehicle movement. But you don't have
Chair, if I can just finish my responses to queries that were raised by those raising objections to the scheme who've spoken this evening. If I can just draw members' attention to adopting policy CS 11 in the Council's core strategy, point C, policy CS 11, and again this underpins the assertion that we made regarding the need for the school. The Council's policy is to support education services in the expansion of provisions of schools to meet the anticipated increase in numbers of children in Merton. Thank you.
Obviously, we still have a very full agenda, so I don't want to curtail debate, but I would ask people to be as succinct as they can, please. Can I call on Councillor Edward Gretton, please?
Thank you, Chair. Chair, if I just point to three... Thank you, Chair. Sorry. If I could point to three issues just raised within the planning decision, which I would like to point out to the committee. The first relates to the assumptions made regarding school numbers, and I noticed that the I think it's paragraph 3.3 of the planning decision refers to some 200 plus pupils every year. It is of course known to the GLA at the moment that over the course of the next 4 to 6 years, the number of pupils per year moving secondary school within the London Borough of Merton will reduce by about 150 to 180 pupils per year over the next 4 to 6 years, and that does not seem to have been stated or taken into account in any way within the planning decision. The second assumption, which I'll just mention in brief, which gives particular regard to the alternative site, being I think the Virgin active site. It does appear a few times within the planning decision, I think at paragraph 7 to 19, and it is referred to, the High Park is referred to of course as the only viable option. It does state that the Virgin active site on North Road was not large enough. However, I would wish to bring to the attention of the Planning Committee the report of DHP from January 2018, which rather than saying the Virgin site was not large enough, it actually said the conclusion is therefore that a 5-storey building plus sports hall and 3 tennis courts may be able to fit on the site following more detailed design work. And similarly, the Capita Simmons report from 2012 on the school site search stated that currently operating as Virgin Active, the site is large enough to provide a new school, and it also sits within the area of greatest need. Finally, Chair, if I could just point to the air quality monitoring, and it is an important issue for residents. It's in the London plan, of course, it's in the national planning as a core strategy principle, and it's in the London plan, and it has to be taken into account. I think the point is that all the 2017 data, if you're looking at reducing exposure to emissions as required by the London plan, all the core data from 2017 from Merton Road, Havens Road, Merton Way, with spikes of 59 micrograms per cubic metre, and 66 at Merton Road, and it goes on. None of that data actually appears within the 27 annual report. None of it at all appears within the planning decisions, or indeed the 2018 reports and reassessments by AQS, the air quality. And that's a serious omission, and it therefore causes residents a great deal of concern, Chair, that such important planning data has been omitted from the considerations. It may impact the mitigation measures. It may have some impact on what suitable mitigation measures may not be included that come out of the planning decision. And therefore, it may be that the committee wishes to consider some form of referral to take these fundamental key criteria into account. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. At your request, Councillor Benbow, with your permission, I will going to read out an email from Councillor Benbow. Firstly, I wish to make it clear that I'm not against building a new school in Merton, but I do have concerns with the Council's plans to place a new school at High Park. I feel Council's planning has been a disaster right from the start, and I'm very disappointed. It's a highly unsuitable area for a school of 1,150 children to be educated on a tiny plot of land, and the design review panel never gave a green light to the building. Metres away there will be a major high path regeneration for the next 12 years with an extra 1,250 people living there. Building secondary school there will have a serious impact on the existing primary school next door. The London Mayor has published an air quality report stating that Merton Abbey Primary School listed as one of the worst polluted schools in London, and therefore why build another school here? TfL, Transport for London, have expressed their concerns on the narrow pavements for people to use during the rush hour. They're now thinking to put a new tram line from Sutton to Wimbledon, South Wimbledon. Imagine the impact to the area. Again, more chaos, more congestion. I've lived in Abbey Ward, South Wimbledon, for over 15 years and have seen the growth of traffic congestion, which is a gridlock during rush hour. If any of you live in my ward, you would also understand. May I ask how many of you read the air pollution report? It's not in the agenda. Why hide the facts? You can actually smell, breathe toxic air in the core of my ward, which is very worrying and will have a serious impact on the pupils as well as the locals by the time of the building I mentioned earlier, causing a massive knock-on effect. If the school plans go ahead, then this will be an unpopular decision in my area. I am deeply concerned that the council are failing to listen to locals again. Merton Abbey Primary School and children's health must be protected. It's not too late to stand up for the children and their health. Please reject the council's school plans before it's too late, and let's build a new school in a safer, healthier place. Thank you. Okay, thank you. Can I call on Councillor Brown? Can I call on Councillor Eleanor Stringer? I'm sorry, I'm wondering why you weren't looking at me.
Hi, I'm Eleanor Stringer. I live in Abbey Ward and I've been closely following the school plans. Initially as a local mother of a young daughter, having become aware of the lack of mixed-sex, secular, non-selective secondary schools that she could get into. More recently, my interest has been to ensure, as a ward councillor for the area, that the decisions that the council makes are going to support and enhance the local community that I represent. We cannot ignore some of the challenges of building a school here. It is true that it is a small site near to main roads, but we also cannot ignore the need for a new school. More and more families have chosen to make our area their home. Last year, an additional 260 pupils applied for secondary school places, an increase only addressed by the opening of the new Harris School on the temporary site. This year, I understand that there have been an additional 118 first preference applications. Our residents recognise the challenge the council faces in providing for these children. From carrying out a survey of residents over the past couple of months, we found out that about 4 out of 5 of them were supportive of the school. And for those who weren't aware, residents I spoke to who didn't know about it, I always made sure to highlight that there were concerns about it being a small site near a main road, to which the most common response was a shrug of, well, this is London, and a recognition that this is a popular place to bring up children, so the school was needed. The concerns I did hear were mainly about the school's size, its potential impact on traffic and parking, its impact on Merton Abbey Primary, with some people mistakenly believing that Harris will take all of its playing field and that the primary kids will have to use playing fields at Nursery Road, an untruth that was unhelpfully propagated by one of my ward colleagues, and concerns about the removal of community spaces in order to make space for the school. We need to take into account residents' concerns. So while I support the application and believe it will bring benefits, I do want to make sure that the developers are held to account on many things, including ensuring that the hall and spaces are available for community use. I endorse the proposals for improvements to Morden Road crossing. This would benefit the wider community as well as the pupils. I want to make sure that we minimise any potential detrimental impact on Merton Abbey School and maximise the opportunity to benefit it. And on the concerns about air quality, which I care deeply about, they need to be addressed in other ways. I'm glad to see the more detailed studies coming out showing that air quality in the primary school is at safe levels in 8 out of 9 areas. We need to do much more to reduce levels of traffic and pollution, but this is not a reason to stop building schools. I'm already working with Merton Abbey School to see what can be done to limit exposure, and I'm fully supportive of suggestions raised in the Mayor of London report, such as banning cars from driving past schools during drop-off and pick-up times. In summary, this proposal brings a lot of potential benefits to the area, contributing to the increasing recognition of South Wimbledon as an important local centre. As well as opportunities, it brings challenges, and we all need to work together to ensure it delivers on its promise.
Okay, so if you could turn to page 129 in your report, please, and I will go through the planning considerations one by one and ask for questions first and then comments. So the first question would be, the issue would be around the principle of the proposed development. Are there any questions around that, please? Okay. No questions. Any comments around that? Councillor Mackin.
I was just thinking, listening to the objections from the foot people, etc. If this application goes forward, we need to make a condition about the impact on work done at the school on site for Merton.TV school particularly, because we can't build it over a 6-week period. So we have to make some occasion for the fact that children are going to be at school during the time that the work's taking place, so noise and all sorts of things would have to be considered. I think that covers it.
I think that actually would be more under the environmental impact. We'll take that.
But, well,
Thank you. Okay, so we're going to move on to the impact of the character. Yeah, Councillor Dean.
Is the need for a secondary school a material planning consideration?
Yes.
And which document is that covered in?
Chair, at the start of this reconvened meeting, I explained to those in the council chamber that policy CS11 makes clear that the council will support proposals where there is an identified need to provide for the increase in numbers of school children. And I said that about 10 minutes ago.
Okay. Councillor T.
Thank you, Chair. Hopefully my question will come in this section. On page 133, 7.2.2.0, it actually says the officers confirm that none of the alternative sites shortlisted are viable. But then again, in 7.2.23, it says that if the school is not built on this site, then a second school will have to be built on the alternative sites at an additional cost. So does that mean that the alternative sites are viable, but they're just more expensive, or they're not viable?
Chair, the scheme that is before the members this evening has the support from the Department for Schools and Education. So it would be in the form of a new Harris Academy, which funding for which would be provided via the Department for Schools and Education. If the proposal is to provide enlargements to our own school sites, then there are different funding considerations that come to bear on that. But I wouldn't wish this evening for our focus to be solely on that, but more on the merits or otherwise of this particular planning application.
Thank you, Chair. I was wondering if officers could comment on the suggestion that Councillor Gretton made that there's a suggestion that fewer children will require secondary school places in Merton.
Chair, whilst I can't comment specifically on the report that Councillor Gretton referred to in his queries on this particular proposal, if I can draw members' attention to, for example, paragraph 4.7 of the report on page 105. And this is something which I feel needs to be factored into the need to provide for potential growth in children in the locality. You'll see that the Hyde Park Estate planning application which this council has given outline permission for, is to provide up to 1,570 residential units, and that's cheek by jowl with the application site. Now, I wouldn't be so naive to suggest that all those households are going to have secondary school children, but I do think that's a fact that needs to be taken into account. In addition to that, I would also bring to members' attention the fact that at the moment the council's housing targets, again a source of generating children, went from the council's local development framework, where we were looking at 321 units year on year, to 411 units per year in the last iteration of the London plan, to, at the moment, although it's a draft plan, around 1,300 new dwellings every year as part of Merton's potential housing target. So over a 10-year period, you're looking at, if the London plan targets are adopted, 13,000 new dwellings, in addition to 1,500 on the Hyde Park estate. So that's 14,500 new dwellings, and that's not looking at any other sites that we're considering.
Thank you. I'm going to move on to the impact of the character of the area and visual amenity. God, I hope it's not going to go off again. Impact on the character of the area. Any questions, please? Councillor T.
Just going back on the impact. I know that the design review panel gave amber twice. Does the officer know any reason why they didn't give it green?
Well, the design review panel comments are set out in full in the officer's report, and you can see from that there were still some concerns regarding certain aspects of the scheme. The eastern elevation, as you track into the yes, so the eastern elevation, which is the top image here, as you come into the High Path estate, was something which they'd focused on. I believe there were also some observations made regarding the elevational treatment to the flank of the building here. And you'll also see from the design review panel's comments that they'll look at architectural aspects of the scheme, the quality of space within the building. Now, as a planning authority, our focus is to work from the outside in, to consider the public realm first. It's the architect's job to consider the internal space to meet the needs of their client. So really, even though the design review panel may comment on matters like that, really, if you look at the way in which the NPPF is structured, it's not really the role of the planning officers to get too immersed in that. As I said in my summary of these particular proposals, the site is constrained in terms of highways both to the north and the south due to underground infrastructure as well, and it's conceivable that a scheme will not necessarily tick every last box and get that green score from the design review panel. But that doesn't mean that officers can't say that the scheme could reasonably be supported.
Thank you. I'd like a bit of clarification on the impact of the area. Is there any reason at all that the regeneration of Hyde Park, the new school, if it gets planning permission, and a reduction in air quality, pollution, they can, because I get the impression that some people are thinking it's an either-or situation. Is there any reason at all that all three of these cannot be done and cannot be successful, and that all benefit in the area over the period of time it's happened? Is there any reason that can't happen?
Well, I suppose really the short answer would need to be no, because we're saying the scheme can be supported. If you look through the conditions, you'll see that we're looking at a construction logistics plan, so trying to minimise traffic impact from trucks taking materials to and from the site. We're looking at construction management plans to minimise impact in terms of effluent, smells, noise, dust, particulates in the area arising from demolition and construction work on the site. We're looking at travel plans to try and reduce traffic movements to and from the site. But the same approach is being taken with Clarion, where they're looking to build out the schemes on the Hyde Park estate. So yes, it's a considerable task, but planning officers are doing their best to ensure that proper conditions are in place so as to minimise any harmful impacts on the local environment.
Could you just clarify for me what the idea is in the roof space, because I'm hearing one or two different arguments from those people, and if there are solar panels on where they would be.
Thank you, Chair. I'll step in on this one. I'm the case officer, so I have some working knowledge of the proposal. Here you can see a roof plan. The areas which are shaded indicate potential spots for photovoltaics. So you'll see that a large portion of the roof is given over to solar panels in order to meet the necessary sustainability requirements. And you'll also note that there is some plant equipment on the roof as well. Thank you, Chair.
Impact on trees. Any questions?
Yes. Are we just taking questions now?
Questions, just say any comments.
Comments too, okay.
Do you want to make a comment?
Yes. I want to come back to the design review plan. And I have listened to what Mr. Lewis has said there, but the report does say, while the design response has not gone as far as officers would hope, it's considered that it's an improvement on the original. I feel with another iteration we could be getting a better building than we have, and that does concern me.
Thank you. I'm going now on to trees. Impact on trees.
For me, trees need to be connected with air quality, so we can either discuss them then or bring air quality forward. It's your choice. So we have less trees, and we have three different opinions on air quality. We have the Mayor of London's report on the specific school next door. We have Merton's planning opinion, and we seem to have Merton's climate change officer or similar's lack of reporting here. So the question really is about what is the current situation on air quality? What are the levels which are acceptable and which are the levels which are not acceptable?
It's not just related to the trees, so if you don't
trees
mind...
mitigate.
Yeah, if you don't mind, I will leave that on. We'll take your question when we come to it.
So my question about trees is...
Bring it together. We'll bring them together. Okay. Anybody say anything about trees? Questions? Yes?
Question. Just to confirm, there is a net loss of trees on the site? Yes.
Any comments?
The comment, yes.
Given that we know that trees can be beneficial in reducing air toxicity, that seems just to be the wrong way to be going, doesn't it? Like, one would like to see more planting and not less.
I think, just to talk about trees, I'm so sorry to interrupt. For me, there is no mitigation here. Trees clearly make a difference. We have, or Council has experts here that know which trees make the biggest difference. and yet we're going the wrong way. And I think Councillor Southgate is saying the same as I want to make the same point. There should be significantly more trees if we're going to get 1,300 people onto this site with the known vehicle movements. And there should be more, not less. And I don't think that the council and the applicant have considered that in any way at all.
Thank you. Just on the issue of trees, and just to point out, the red circles indicate where trees would be removed, so along the existing boundary of the primary school, but notably not on the boundaries of the site, which is where any kind of barrier effect would be most noticeable. You'll also note the area here along Moranton Way is to be completely retained in terms of existing screening, and a number of the replacement trees are proposed along this southern boundary, which is the most sensitive part of the site in terms of air quality, in addition to the fence. Thank you, Chair.
Chair, you're a transport officer and you're a trees officer. Okay.
No, I'm the case officer.
So in terms of the number of trees versus air quality, you need to have a significant uplift in trees. We have less. It's not about precisely where they are. It's about the fact that you need a significant number. At the moment, there are 390 odd people going to one school. You put the two together, it's going to be 1,600. You would at least, on the back of an envelope, say you would need 3 to 4 times more trees. There are less. So therefore, it's not mitigating, it's going the wrong way. And there has been no consideration about which leaves stop pollution at all. These are average trees. Nothing's been considered. There is no mitigation.
Councillor Ottawa.
There are plans for any other type of planting that might mitigate this problem.
Chair, the site is not extensive, and the footprint of the building is such that it occupies a significant part of the site. And as Tim, my colleague, the case officer, has explained, the infill planting that is being proposed is in the areas that may be considered more sensitive. You'll see that the recommendation to committee is for measures to mitigate against any potential impact on air quality. And on occasion, there have been requests to provide certain measures to offset certain known impacts. Whilst it may appear attractive to ask the applicant for additional funds to provide for the planting of trees along carriageways in the immediate locality, planning officers are constrained by the regulations that were issued by the government a number of years ago, which required that any off-site mitigation can be directly related to the development. So unless the council was confident that those mitigation measures were there was a direct need for and a direct consequence of the development to have that fund to plant the trees, then normally I wouldn't recommend going down that route.
Councillor Morden.
Thank you. The way I understand from the plans is that on the number of trees along the boundary with Moranton Way, that will increase because the trees being removed are being removed from further inside the site, and trees are going to be added to the boundary. Councillor Dean made a quite, I think, spurious point that because there will be 4 times as many people on the site, the other side of the boundary, you would therefore need 4 times as many trees. Is there any evidence that pollution goes through a boundary of trees better or more quickly the more people are at the other side of that boundary? It seems absolutely ridiculous to me.
Okay, I don't think we're making...
I think it's worth answering the question. I did certainly not say there is a specificity about trees. But quite generally, if there is more particulates, 2.5 and 10, if there are more particulates, the proximity of trees mitigates. It is not that specific. We have here less trees. Is that a fact? Is that a fact? Right. So when I hear the word spurious, it is specific. There are less trees and there are more people. More people expel more pollution. Now, you may say that's after that is a fact, okay? There needs to be more trees. And I resent people picking up issues they know nothing about, making statements which are not true.
Thank you. Can we move on from this to the impact upon neighbouring amenity, please? Are there any questions around this? Councillor T.
Thank you, Chair. On page 117, last paragraph, the planning statement states nursery road playing fields are proposed to be utilised by the school for recreation. Is that part of, 2 questions, is that part of Merton Abbey Rec? And if it is, I know recently they just achieved a green flag status for Merton Abbey Rec. Would this affect that green flag status?
Chair, my understanding is that the area of open space to the west of the main road comprises 2 parts. The Abbey Recreation Grounds, so an area that the public can enjoy on an informal basis, and then the Nursery Road playing fields, where there's more formal arrangements can be put in place. So my understanding is it wouldn't affect the Abbey Road recreation, but would be managed in terms of its usage for the Nursery Road playing fields. So although it appears as one large, seemingly continuous area of open space, it's 2 distinct parcels of space, 2 different management regimes, and you've got your green flag status to consider for the other. Yes, nursery, yes.
So this please, Councillor Denny.
So Nursery Road is not council. It's, I think it's the Rutledge Foundation. So is there a written confirmation that the school is using Nursery Road pitches? And if so, how many pitches are they using per week, per annum? What's the deal? Is there a written deal?
Chair, if I can just read from the letter dated the 18th of May from the Director of Environment and Regeneration to the Chief Executive of the Harris Foundation. I'm writing to confirm previous pledges made by the Council regarding the use of Nursery Road playing fields at the new Harris Academy. Freehold of Nursery Road playing field is the Rutledge Foundation. The Council has a 99-year lease on the site that runs until the 8th of March 2059. The only restriction to this is an agreement with Rutledge School that they may have priority use for up to 2 football pitches during the winter season and 1 cricket pitch during the summer. The Council is therefore committed to ensuring priority use by the Harris Wimbledon Academy School during term time hours between 9am and 6pm, equivalent to 1 football pitch 26 weeks of the year and 1 cricket pitch 13 weeks of the year, April to August. The letter continue. Is that sufficient?
Any other questions? Councillor Southgate.
This is about noise inside the building, Paris 7.520. And it seems there's a choice between eliminating noise or having windows open. It will be possible, I quote, to open windows during 200 hours a year. Can you translate that metric for me? I mean, is that how many days a week or?
Can you give us a reference? Sorry.
Yes, 7.5.20. Page 140.
Yes, that's part of the noise impact assessment, and I can only assume, I don't want to assume, I want to go myself, that if it is in compliance with British standard, then those designing the building would want to ensure that it meets a specific standard relevant to schools. I don't know whether or not the case officer can elaborate on that point.
Thank you, Chair. Not being an expert on noise issues, but we have had feedback from our environmental health colleagues who are accepting of this. It is over the course of a year, so there can be levels of exposure throughout that time, which added up wouldn't be considered significantly harmful. So instead of saying it could never be opened, it says that if it's open for 200 hours within the year, then the average exposure would be such that it would be an acceptable level. And I think that is the basis of this, about average levels of exposure inside the building. Thank you, Chair.
Any further questions on these? Any comments? Okay, then we move on to transport and highway issues. Councillor Pierce.
Thank you, Chair. If this school does not receive its permission, is not built, there will be quite a number of children in this area needing to be dispersed to other areas around the borough to get their education, or maybe even out of the borough. Would we have the public transport, the capacity or the increased capacity to deal with hundreds of children travelling halfway across the borough to school? Because if we're not, and my children wouldn't countenance mum and dad taking me to school. So if we didn't have the transport links or the capacity to disperse all these children to the other borough schools, they would have to go by other means, and have we taken that into account? And would that, in case of this school has, according to transport planning, an average pupil occupancy of 1.6 per car, that would surely have to rise to take children all the way over the borough when they're 11 and 12. Have that been considered?
Can I just say that we can only really address the issues related to this report. That is a comment.
Comment?
Yeah.
It is.
We'll treat it as a comment.
It is relevant.
Okay. Well, at the moment we're discussing this application. We don't know whether it's going to get permission or not. Maybe it's a consideration afterwards. Councillor Larkin.
As somebody who lives on the 94 Cross route, I query the TfL statement that one bus extra on service will be enough, because between 7:15 and 8:30 most mornings you can't get on a bus to Morden or from Morden on the 93 because it's all full from Tune or somewhere. So actually one bus would not satisfy the market at Oxford for a minute because coming back in the evening it's full of Wimbledon, it doesn't empty out till it gets to Morden. So children are going to be able to get on a bus and walk further south on the train. But that's my thoughts.
Any comment? Okay. We can't challenge the TfL's statement on this, I'm afraid. That's their assessment of it. Yes, Councillor Bell.
My question is on section 3.5, which I think is a transport issue, but I'm sure you'll advise me if I should leave it till later on. It's particularly about the comment that facilities will only be made available to local residents who live within the adjacent area and can access the site by sustainable modes. Now, to my mind, a sustainable mode certainly includes walking, but also includes cycling, and probably includes public transport, buses, the tube as well. And therefore I'm a bit concerned to know why we're restricting it just for people who live in the local roads.
Thank you, Chair. So this restriction is something that's been put forward by the Harris Academy in order to seek to minimise air pollution issues and transport traffic increases. This isn't a requirement that in planning terms we have included in the report. It would be a matter for the management plan, and it would be very difficult to enforce as to who came from further away. Whilst this has been put in as a restriction as part of the proposal by the applicants, if members feel that this restriction is overly onerous, then there is the possibility to indicate to us that that is the case, and we can take that into account when dealing with the management plan, which will secure the community use agreement for the school. Thank you, Chair.
Well, thank you. I mean, I would like to request the committee, through you, Chair, to give that guidance, because I do think that we could have a wider definition of sustainable.
So there are more junior schools and senior schools in this borough, probably about 4 times as many, and therefore probably children live closer to their junior school than their senior school. And even so, at Merton Abbey Mill and Merton Abbey School, there are still 21% of them that will come by car, so that's about 76. Yet this school, where instead of 360, there'll be over 1,100, plus teachers 1,300. Yet the number of school journeys will be lower. So, has the school given the council the data on where the children are coming from? And I'd also add, if 10% of the children at Watley Avenue are coming by car today, is that because 90% of them live in the Watley Avenue area? And are they likely, therefore, to take a car to go 1.5 to 2 miles further? But specifically, I need to know where will these children be living that far more of them will not go by car versus Merton Abbey Primary School?
Thank you, Chair.
I'll just sort of try and pick up on some of those points. Certainly, I went out to Abbey School last week to actually count the number of cars being parked. It was actually 20, not 76. I actually stood outside the school on 2 occasions counting the cars to see how many parents dropped off the children. So I think, using your own assessment, the figures we've been given for the new school seem quite reasonable, and they were based on other travel plan data from our travel plan coordinator within the borough. So I think they are a fairly good assessment. The site is obviously very accessible. It's got good tube, bus, tram, connectivity. Senior children tend to be far more independent, so a greater number will come by public transport and choose to come by public transport deliberately. They want their independence and don't necessarily want to be ferried around by their parents. The Watney Avenue is less accessible by public transport, and that's achieving 10% according to the applicant. I don't dispute that. It's probably based on hands-up surveys, what the children actually do. So on that basis, you know, given this site does have a very high PTAL4, rising to PTAL6 around the station, I think there's certainly a better scope through the travel plan to encourage the children to actually come by public transport. The teachers themselves will not be eligible for permits to park on the street, so those vehicle trips will also be eliminated from the school. So, you know, it is essentially car-free. You know.
So first of all, what is the source of the 76 figure? And the council have car plans, travel plans, I'm assuming for all schools, because I hear that all the time. So let's have an example of another senior school. How many car journeys would the average senior school have?
I would not have those figures to hand today, but as I understand, the applicant approached our travel plan coordinator for some figures. They've also applied those rates across the proposed trip for the schools in terms of proportions.
I'm very sorry, maybe I didn't pick this up. What is the source? When Harris had done this 86 pupil-related car journeys, how do they normally do that? Is it in conjunction with the council, or do the council just accept the figures? And who did the 76 pupil-related car journeys for the smaller school? How's that done?
They looked at existing schools with similar catchments, similar PTALs, and looked at their trip figures and then applied those trip figures to the proposed school to get a reasonable figure of where and proportion of bikers how the pupils will travel.
So looking at the numbers then, the average senior school has 4 times less car journeys than the average junior school. That would be my assumption, that's what we're saying here.
It doesn't work like that. Generally speaking, across the bar, we do not have problems with senior schools in terms of car congestion. The problems tend to occur with the juniors, the lower schools, where the parents are more inclined to take their children to school. And that is because the older children are more independent and wish to travel by public transport on their own.
Councillor.
I just wanted to say, I think it's good that the school is well served by good transport links, but also could we ensure that we have good cycle parking to encourage people kids to cycling to school in addition to walking as well. I don't know if there's proper provision made for that.
That is referred to in the report, yeah. Any comments? Okay, we're going to move on to air quality. Councillor Dean.
So, how is air quality measured? I understand there are some monitoring equipment in the area. So, how is air quality measured? What is the acceptable level, the legal limit for air quality in that specific area? And what is a typical sample of the air quality when it's monitored by the council?
Thank you, Chair. Perhaps I can answer this and give this some framework, because there are some emotions around air quality. Merton, as with many other London boroughs, face a challenge around air quality. That's something that we understand we need to do. We have a new air quality action plan. We have set objectives in the UK around nitrogen dioxide, or NO2, and around particulates, which are PM10s. And there's recent changes around 2.5s as well. So to give you a reference point, the objective for NO2 is 200 micrograms per cubic metre, not to be exceeded more than 18 times per year. And we also have an annual mean objective of 40 micrograms. And particulates, it's 50 micrograms, not to be exceeded more than 35 times per year, and 40 micrograms as an annual mean. Now,
they are all figures, and I'll try to put that into some degree of context. In Merton, we measure air quality in two ways. There is a diffusion tube network, which now extends over 50 locations in the borough, and that was refreshed at the beginning of 2017. And we also have automated monitoring machines which feed into a larger London network. Moranton Way was included in our diffusion tube network, and this was on the boundary of the facade of the site, the proposed site, and that gave us an annual mean of 43, which is 3 micrograms above the objective level. But I think we need to put that into context. That tube is placed in a location as worst case scenario. So it's at curbside, it's by traffic lights, and it's going to be picking up traffic that's directly going through that. So we chose that site specifically as a worst case scenario. And from that single point of reference, we can then calculate by distance correction what the levels would be within the site. And we carried out that calculation, and it gives us a level of about 35, which means that the site inside that boundary is compliant. In addition to that, the model proposed by the air quality consultant matches that, and similarly the work that we've been doing around Merton Abbey Primary School also shows levels of around 35. I think it's important to note that we're not complacent about schools, and that there is continued monitoring, and this will be carried on as part of the Air Quality Action Plan. But I think to take a worst case scenario diffusion tube and say that the site is toxic, I think is perhaps a little bit emotive.
First of all, thank you very much for that very clear explanation. I appreciate it. What you are saying, though, is that the acceptable level is about 40, or is 40. What we're seeing is about 43, but if we sort of look at the meterage from the network, then it could be 35. But that's 35 based on today, based on no building of high state, based on not based on another 1,300 people coming here, and based on big list trees. So what I don't see in this document is mitigation for the fact that we're almost at the limit. The chances are we're going to see more activity, and therefore we could well be at the limit. And the Mayor of London has made a statement that the school, Merton Abbey School, is, and I accept these are particular paraphrase, one of the worst pollution hotspots in London. So why hasn't there been more mitigation? What is the response to the Mayor's opinions on this?
Perhaps I can answer that as well. We, as air quality experts, we find the idea of auditing schools as a laudable activity and something that we'll be doing as part of our action plan. But I think it's important to note that the choice or selection of schools was based on geography. It was based on very old data. It doesn't necessarily mean to say that because that school is selected that within the boundary of that school that the children are being in some way poisoned. We've carried out a number of projects around school, and the exposure is usually around travel to and from school and indeed inside the vehicle. That's not saying that the Mayor's work is incorrect, but if you look at the model that's actually given as part of the Mayor's Air Quality Project Plan, it actually shows that it's in green. So I would sort of dispute that it's in a place where these children are being poisoned in some way. I believe that the site is compliant and it will continue to be compliant.
Can I ask a question about the 3 existing units that are on that site and the sort of car usage there? Has there been any work done on that? And the other thing is, what impact has there been since the diesel levy came into being? Has that had an impact?
At the moment, there's a lot of speculation. We have to remember that this data that's provided is from the previous year, because we have to analyse over a period of a year. We've been looking at the data for this year in the last 6 months, and we are quite optimistic that there's been a reduction in this area. and in this monitored location. I think we're going to need to do some work around the diesel levy and see the impact of that and the tailpipe emissions, but that's a piece of work for spring next year. But I think the data that we're seeing over the past six months shows that there has actually been a reduction, but that's not uncommon because there's a number of London boroughs that are seeing this, and we believe it's to do with the transition away from diesel.
Councillor Southgate?
Yes, certainly. Echo your point, Chair. You know, the three sites here contain primary school children, at Merton Abbey, a Shore Star Centre, yes, I was just going to come to that as well, but and I do remember giving permission just 5 years ago for the expansion of Merton Abbey, and I don't think we were aware of these concerns then. I feel we were. But anyway, what I wanted to ask about was month-by-month variation in these figures. I note that I'm looking at the Moranton Way figures. They are much higher in the winter months. For example, in January, the level rises to 58.9. It's much lower in the summer months, 36, 34. Is it reasonable to average over a year, or would 1 month's toxicity have a particular impact? I mean, these things they accumulate over the years, but if you've got if the winter months are exceptionally bad, isn't that going to take its toll?
To a certain extent, we have to follow our industry guidelines and the guidelines from DEFRA around how we analyse those measurements, and they are annualised and they are considered to be acceptable in that way. Indeed, the hourly mean is, the diffusion tube network will suggest that it doesn't exceed the hourly mean as well. So we can speculate about individual events and changes in temperature, but we have to follow our industry guidelines and where and how we analyse that data.
Thank you. I've got a question on NO2 and particulates. If the school's built and there are 1,300 more people on that site, people in and of themselves, my understanding is, don't produce NO2 and particulates. People burning things, fuel in their cars, fuel in their homes, that produces those pollutants. So if you have 1,300 people on the site who don't burn any fuel to get there, who walk there, etc., what I'm basically saying is, by putting 1,300 more people on that site, are you automatically increasing the number of particulates in NO2 that is emitted by those people? Which my understanding is people don't emit particulates.
That's correct. NO2 is more or less exclusively from burning fuels, and particulates come in from cars through brake wear and diesel emissions. People themselves, they create emissions in some ways. They don't necessarily contribute unless they're actually driving to and from that location.
Yeah, Councillor.
If you ensure that you have a 20 miles per hour zone, will that help in some way reduce the emissions?
It's a difficult one to say that there's conflicting evidence, but any measure that makes the environment more attractive to active travel will probably have an impact on pollution emissions. So if people are getting out of their cars because the roads are safer, then there will be an impact from that.
Thank you, Chair. Has a report or analysis been carried out on the impact that the high path regeneration will have on the schools? The high path regeneration is 10, 15 years?
There is a significant consideration to the primary school in Elmwell consultations with the development, and we will be asking for very robust measures to make sure the school is protected.
But nothing's been carried out in number to say potentially this is what will happen. So in terms of when the demolition is carried out or when the construction vehicles are going, has there been a report carried out that potentially it could increase pollution by X amount?
The development will be conditioned, and they will have to provide all that information, including monitoring for the ongoing development as well, and it will be closely regulated by us.
Councillor
Thank you. I've got two questions. One of which is it's about a letter to Mr. Lipscomb from Joyce Pontaine, which I believe was circulated to members of this committee in an email from Ms. Sharp. And that talks about the community, and I don't know what that means, having done additional air quality tests, which found different and I believe higher levels of NO2 and particulates than the council's work and the other work. And I just wondered whether there's any comment from officers on those tests and whether they've got a view. The second question is, what happens if the projections that air quality will improve turn out to be wrong? Will the school still carry on? Will the school open if in 2020 the air pollution is still above the appropriate level?
To answer the first point, there is a thing called community science, which we like to support as a pollution team. We pay for diffusion tubes for those groups. We loan equipment for monitoring. It's difficult for me to comment on the methodology around those particular measurements. All I can say is that the measurements that we've taken in accordance with the guidance seem to reflect that the site will be compliant. And the second point was?
What happens if the school opens and the pollution levels haven't gone down as the model projects?
As part of the Section 106 commitment, we've asked for contribution towards monitoring for the next 4 or 5 years. So, and if the pollution levels don't fall off, the council will need to be considering more severe action around clean air zones and things like that. This is an ongoing monitoring process, and we are looking at all those particular levers that we can pull. And if it doesn't change, then we have to look at more extreme measures.
But the school would open, the children would still be going there in the polluted air above the appropriate level.
That's speculation. I wouldn't expect that monitoring to change over the next few years. In theory, possible, but I don't expect that to happen.
Okay.
Thank you. Any comments? Okay, we're going to move on to archaeological considerations. Anything there? Any questions? Any comments? Biodiversity. Any questions on that? Any comments? Sustainability. Any questions or comments? Flooding and site drainage. No? Contamination considerations. Environmental impact assessment. I think we've actually covered some of that. Local financial considerations. Any questions on that? No. So we've had 2 issues, right? So wider community use agreement, was that the question that you raised?
That's right, and I think the suggestion was that if this committee wanted, the officers could ensure that that's reviewed as part of, I think it was the management agreement, not entirely sure.
Okay. We don't have a problem with that, do we? No? And the other one was the issue of increasing trees. Is that something that we could add as a condition, or is that constrained? I know we've had a discussion around it, but Is it possible to say if there's a possibility of putting more trees in, please put more trees in as a condition?
Chair, I think for something like this, there has to be some measurable, quantifiable impact arising from the removal of a number of trees within the site on the air quality enjoyed around the perimeter of the site. And in the absence of robust evidence to that effect, I think it would be unreasonable to seek a further contribution from the Department for Schools and Education on something that we can't actually quantify or justify.
Well, I think the council should take responsibility. It owns 2 green patches. Air quality is not boxed in. It's an area, a larger area. You can't just say there's 1 square metre of toxicity there, let's put a tree next to it, the problem has disappeared. Along Merton Way there is a lot of greenery, and I'm sure the experts here could fit in a significant number of trees along there. They're Abbey Rec, and we know the children will be going past Abbey Rec into Nursery Road. There is significant space there for a large number of pollution-sapping trees. Between I and council officers in Bushey Road have managed to get in nearly 100 trees in areas where there is lots of pollution. It is not difficult, and the experts here will put them in. You should, as a council, recognise the issues with air quality, because I hear politicians talk about it the whole time. I'd like to see some action. And I think you should be proposing that the council itself should be putting in at least 100 pollution-sapping trees in this area, if you want to consider the air quality in this area.
Chair, although I've set out a position in terms of the legal requirements for seeking Section 106 contributions, there are, as you will see from the officer recommendation, various heads of terms seeking financial contributions, and if it's the wish of the committee that the council seeks a financial contribution towards tree planting as a means of mitigating against any impact on air quality locally, then that's something we can take away and raise with the applicant for consideration as part of any legal undertaking. But I don't think we could actually specify a figure.
Is there a general feeling that we would like to take that action? Yeah? Okay, well, okay, we've covered all the planning considerations in the report, and now we move to the vote, please. Find my front page, I don't know where it's gone. The recommendation from officers is to grant planning permission subject to conditions and Section 106 Agreement, including the issue around the trees and the reference to the community agreement. Can I see those in favour? Sorry.
On the reference to the mitigation of runoffs.
And
something about there will be children working at school while this development is taking place, and we need to make sure that that's mitigated as much as
I
possible.
think that is covered in instruction statement.
I didn't see it when I looked through, so
yeah.
If it's in, fine.
It's in the instruction, yeah. Okay. So, as I've just said, grant planning permission subject to conditions in the Section 106 Agreement with the tree issue included in it and the community agreement. Can we see those in favour, please? Those against? Those not voting? Then the recommendation is carried. I'm allowing 2 minutes break. I think some people need to go to the room.
We got any school?
We're going to move on to agenda item 5, which is 32 to 34 Bushey Road.
Thank you, Chair. Members, the application site outlined in red here is located north side of Bushey Road and the southern end of Edinburgh Road in Raynes Park. It currently comprises single-storey buildings and areas of hire standing in use for car sales, car repairs and pet grooming businesses. Talking you through briefly the existing plans. Existing vehicle access here at Bushey Road, that's the outline of existing buildings, outline of the neighbouring property here on Edinburgh Road. That's the existing site plan here. Turning to the proposal itself, it's for redevelopment of the site to provide 32 residential flats. The flats will be situated over 4 floors and comprise a mix of 6 studio flats, 11 one-bed flats and 15 two-bed flats. 10 of the flats will be affordable housing under shared ownership. Existing vehicle access off Bushey Road will be closed off and re-landscaped, and a new vehicle access will be formed off Edna Road. The proposal includes 3 on-site disabled parking spaces and a turning area. Appropriate bin and cycle storage is provided at the ground floor level at the rear, along the main entrances to the flats. 4 of the flats would have direct access to the newly formed soft landscape area on the south side of the building. 2 lifts are also proposed to be installed internally, accessing to all floors. So here is the proposed site plan. That's the new access here off Edna Road proposed, with 3 disabled parking spaces. This is the existing access will be closed off and fully re-landscaped with soft landscaping, apart from the paths that go towards the front doors to 4 of the ground floor units. I have here each floor plan. Generally the outlook for the flats is of all elevations. As we go up a level, first floor, this is the eastern part of the site where it has been stepped in. Each flat would have a provision for an outdoor balcony, private outdoor terrace for themselves. Second floor and the top floor. So looking at the top floor plan, you'll see the third floor here. It does stop here on the eastern side. You'll note within the report that also sought amendments during the application process with particular regard to this area of the building, removing a couple of units and stepping it in. So hence the proposal went down from 34 to 32 flats. And that's the roof plan here. Turning to the elevations, being a flatter development, the building will have a variety of flat roofs of different heights. So that's the eastern side elevation. That's the elevation to the north. That would be facing north to the parking area. As we see, the elevations are slightly staggered, with the top floor being set back, also a different material. That's the elevation at the front Bushey Road. So as you can see here, coming on here, it does step down to go further east. And that would front Edna Road. These are the front-facing properties on Edna Road there. That's quite useful in comparison to heights, to some of the surrounding residential development. We have a section drawing here, really just showing you the heights of the ceiling heights within each plot. Here again, turning to the materials. Materials will be a combination of facing brickwork elevations, stone panelling, stone surrounds to external doors, aluminium cladding panels to the top floor, and aluminium window frames. So the brick is mainly going to be the appearance for the building itself. So here, just for example, a snapshot elevation on Bushey Road. The top floor, third floor, would have some aluminium cladding to help give it some of that variety. In terms of some site photographs, this is on Bushey Road looking east. This is the site here. You can just see the existing access here, which should be closed. This area here in front is to be softly landscaped with additional tree planting and further tree planting down the side here. Standing from the same view, that's Edna Road here, on the site on the right. The cars just in the immediate front is a neighbouring site to the west, not part of the application site. On the same side of the road there. And that's Edna Road here. So the new access point would come in here. This is a view taken from the case officer when he visited a neighbouring property to the east in Dorian Road. It is the property is the second from last in that road. Just show you the outlook really, which is quite a useful shot. There's existing single-storey buildings on the site. That helps put a good perspective into it. Overall, members, the proposal is considered to be appropriate design, form and scale, and regard to site context and surroundings. The proposal has been subject to amendments during assessment of the application following officer advice, which has resulted in a reduction in height of the proposal on the eastern side. This has benefited neighbouring communities to the east, and overall is considered the proposal not cause material harm to surrounding neighbouring occupiers. The proposal will be largely car-free, with the exception of 3 disabled parking spaces. Transport planning officers have considered the applicant's submission and the new access to Edna Road and are satisfied that it will be acceptable. Appropriate heads of terms are put forward to be secured under S106 Agreement, and the application is recommended for approval subject to conditions. I've just quickly draw attention to the mod sheet what we have. This is from a response from our environmental health colleagues with a suggestion of a number of additional conditions here. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Chris Hartman, please.
I'm chair of the Apostles Residents Association, which is the association that is responsible for the properties in the surrounding area. So I'm speaking in a sense on behalf of local people. I'd like first of all to thank the officer for the report prepared for this committee, because the officer has covered many of the points, most of the points, very thoroughly, which we brought forward. So many thanks for that. And I'd just like to make a couple of brief comments, really. I remind people something that they won't know about, that back in 2005 to 2007, we were in negotiation, the Apostles Residents Association, which is 12 roads made up of terraced houses, as you can see. We were in communication with Merton to try and have the roads declared as an area of distinctive quality. And an awful lot of work we did with the council to try and bring that about. But unfortunately, Michael Owens, who was the head of Regeneration and Leisure, in July 2007 wrote to us saying that because of other work, I'm sorry that this must be a disappointment to you and to those residents in the area who have been pressing for the ADQ, but it must be realistic in terms of the work that I can agree to take on. So there were problems about the amount of work Merton could take on even in 2007. The point I'm making somehow is that there was respect for the fact that these roads have got some unique quality. And on that basis, there are 5 of the 12 roads who have got houses that have been built extending the terraces, and we're saying that this large building is out of character entirely. And if you do go ahead with this proposal, we would say very, very much that the entrance should be, as at present, in Bushey Road. And we don't accept the fact that there would be little disruption and increase in traffic in Edna Road, even though you say there's only going to be 3 parking places permitted. We think that the traffic coming and going will affect Edna Road significantly. So those are just the points that I wish to make. Thank you.
Jim Walton.
Thank you. Is it on? Yeah. I live at 35 Edna Road. I have lived there since 1983. Edna Road is one of 12 parallel roads called the Apostles, which run between Bushey Road and Kingston Road. They were all turned into cul-de-sacs in the 1970s to stop through traffic between these two major roads. They're all long, narrow cul-de-sacs, and the entrance to them is from Kingston Road. As Chris said, some of them have had additional properties built, but they've all been additional terraced properties, some in the last 5 or 6 years. Now, this plan adds 30 extra dwellings to the 90 or so dwellings in Edna Road. And I don't understand, nor do any of the neighbours, why the access is being changed to Edna Road. If I could give you some history, shortly after I moved to Edna Road, that site was a car showroom and garages, and the adjacent site was a petrol filling station owned by Shell. There was no access from this site on the screen onto the Bushey Road. They had to take their vehicles out through the petrol station. For some reason, there was a dispute. Shell, who owned the garage, put a fence across the left-hand side, and what happened was the car showroom was marooned. So they started bringing their vehicles down into Edna Road. That meant a few of us wrote letters and complained about it. Merton Council intervened, the local MP, Sir Michael Havers at the time intervened. It went to the Department of Environment. Patrick Jenkins was the Secretary of State at that time. Merton enforced the closure of that access, and then subsequently access to Bushey Road was created from that site because Shell refused to remove the fence. So the question is, why are you now adding 30 extra dwellings to Edna Road when in all the other roads you've added just 1 or 2? And why are you adding the access to Edna Road, which is a narrow cul-de-sac? It's about 50 houses long. All the vehicles which will be visiting that site, such as delivery vehicles, utility vehicles, possibly ambulances, will have to come down a narrow road. The junction at the other end between Edna Road and Kingston Road is extremely dangerous. I've lived there 35 years. Most days when you get to that junction you can't see right or left, particularly because there's a cafe just at the junction of Edna Road and Kingston Road, often with vehicles parked outside. You're going to create a traffic black spot. And finally, when we had controlled parking put in, the council were very careful to take the opinions on several occasions of all the residents of Edna Road. We've had no explanation from Merton Council why you're now creating access onto Edna Road from this very large development. Thank you.
Michael Wood. Is Michael here? Oh, you are?
Thank you, Chair. My name is Michael Wood. I'm from Indigo Planning, here the planning agent for this application. Over the past year, we've worked closely with officers through pre-application and following the submission of the scheme to develop a suitable proposal which optimises the site to provide much needed private and affordable homes. The proposed residential use for this site is far more appropriate than the current car garage and showroom, which generates noise and disturbance to the adjoining residential properties. It is of note that the occupiers at number 88 Edna Road, which shares the largest boundary with the site, are supportive of this proposal. Members will be aware of the challenging housing conditions in Merton and across London, reflected by the Council's greatly increased housing targets within the new London plan. It is crucial that small, well-located urban sites like this are utilised to deliver this housing. To put this in need in perspective, the affordability ratio in Merton is 15.44. This means that average house values are over 15 times more than the average salary in the borough. We understand that some local residents have concerns about the massing of our proposal. We've engaged the local public through individual meetings and a public exhibition to explain the rationale and listen to concerns. These discussions have influenced the design evolution, resulting in a significant reduction in the massing of the proposals. This has included removal of a storey, setting back the top floor, and reducing the massing on the eastern boundary next to the rear of the properties on Dorian Road. The scheme delivers a logical transition, stepping up from the two-storey houses on the Apostles to a four-storey block that addresses the completely different context on Bushey Road. The scheme has been tested through a daylight sunlight assessment, which shows no breaches against the relevant BRE standards, and in fact some improvements to some of the properties in a nearby area. The scheme will greatly enhance the appearance of the site, including large areas of soft landscape, additional tree planting that will replace the existing hard-standing and surface car parking. This will have environmental and drainage betterment for the site and its surroundings. There will also be significant improvements to the environmental and visual quality of the site, including the alleyway that links Edna Road to Bushey Road. The other key point of contention for residents has been parking and access. The scheme is car-free, which is entirely appropriate given the site's location within a short walk to Raynes Park and Wimbledon Chase stations. Many residents have commented against the primary access to the site coming from Edna Road, as we've just heard. As the scheme is car-free, vehicle traffic to and from the site will be very limited. It will greatly reduce the number of trip movements to and from the site when compared to the existing use. We are not looking at a car showroom and workshop scheme. This is a residential proposal with car capping restrictions and just 3 disabled spaces on the site. In fact, the design will improve road conditions on Edna Road. There is currently no opportunity for larger vehicles to turn around, meaning vehicles often have to reverse out the entire length of Edna Road. The scheme will introduce a new turning head that will allow all vehicles to turn and travel back up Edna Road in forward gear. Your officers have prepared a thorough and robust report which accurately assesses the development proposals before you. The scheme in question will deliver much needed private and affordable housing that will help meet local needs. We will work closely with your officers to present a suitable design approach that will positively enhance the site and its surroundings. We therefore urge members to support their officers' recommendation and approve planning permission. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. If I may, just respond to some of the points raised. Is the access, we looked at this very closely with our transport officers team. The reason we are happy with it is because of the fact that it is largely a car-free development, apart from the 3 parking spaces proposed. There is additional benefit of the new turning here that will be created at the bottom of Edna Road, but we have looked at the potential visitors, deliveries to the flats as part of our assessment. The refuse lorry obviously goes down to the bottom already, but just to make that point, we have looked at it quite close.
Thank you very much, Chair. A number of residents have contacted me as their ward councillor and this committee with a number of concerns about the application, which you'll see in your packs. But I wanted to concentrate on 3 issues key to the application, and I think of wider importance, and they are affordable housing, the density of the development, and lastly, traffic, parking and road access, as you've heard. There's need for significant local housing, which, as per DNH2 of the Sites and Policies Plan, must be balanced against the need for supporting infrastructure. So it's clear that development must not be at any cost, and I'm sure that will bear on your minds as you make this decision. So your decisions are a blunt tool, you approve or reject, and ultimately, as has been argued by the Apostles Residents Association, probably a formal planning brief for the area might be best, which could look at the impact on schools and other services and impact on amenity. But the decision tonight is just this application. So Merton struggles to meet its target 40% affordable housing. In CS8 of the core strategy, it also requires a 60-40 split between social rented and intermediate housing. It's like shared ownership. And it's great that there's 31% affordable housing in this proposal. That's 10 flats that will be shared ownership. Nonetheless, it would only take 2 more to bring this to nearly 38% affordable. And there's still a bit of room in the viable profit range, noted at paragraph 7.13 of the officer's report. And so I hope the committee will seek to apply CS8 fully. Looking at the density of the development, para 710 of the officer's report shows that the proposal is pushing double the appropriate density range in the London plan for housing on a site with moderate access to public transport like this. The report tries to get around this by referring to the new National Planning Policy Framework, which seeks to avoid homes being built at low densities. But I'd like to ask the committee to consider whether an application within the London Plan density range would be described as low density, and if not, then the NPPF cannot rectify this application. DMD2 of the Sites and Policy Plan adds to this: developments must relate positively and appropriately to the siting, rhythm, scale, density, etc., and massing of the surrounding buildings. Does this? Lastly, I want to turn to the most contentious issue, which is parking, traffic and access via Edna Road. Under CS20 and DMT3, applications shouldn't be approved where they have an adverse effect on the level of on-street parking, road safety and local amenity. Now, these flats, given the size of them, they're quite low numbers of bedrooms, they're likely to appeal to young professionals, small families, and we wonder if the evidence on the limited traffic for delivery and servicing trips is likely to be correct. There will be more traffic on Edna Road, particularly, but also on the nearby Costas roads, as visitors, contractors and delivery vehicles look for parking spaces, and especially if the CPZ is basically during office hours. Furthermore, controlled parking, as I've said, only covers the sort of standard office hours 5 days a week. To mitigate this, residents feel very strongly that access should be possible from Bushey Road, as you've heard. Thank you very much for your consideration.
Please, Councillor Dean.
So the current access is Bushey Road, and it has been forever. So why aren't the officers proposing Bushey Road?
Right, Bushey Road, obviously a strategic road, carrying its 40-mile-an-hour speed limit, with very high volumes of traffic, which often come out in platoons from the traffic lights down Cochrane Drive at quite high speeds. Approaching 40 miles an hour and sometimes higher than that. Clearly, it is better to reduce the potential for conflict with these vehicles. Therefore, that's why we, one of the reasons why we prefer the access to be by Edna Road. You also have another busy junction directly opposite into the tennis centre, and it's definitely not good practice to have two junctions opposite each other in those sorts of situations. As I said, to carry on, the scheme is permit free, therefore the amount of traffic from the site will be very low, and for that reason we think it's wholly acceptable for the site to be accessed by the road.
I think the applicant said that there were significant vehicle movements currently, and there's always been a junction, obviously the David Lloyd, since the David Lloyd was there, which is about 30 years ago. So if there are significant current issues now, why is it that it's been acceptable for decades that you can use Bushey Road? Why didn't the council at any time say you mustn't use Bushey Road, you should use it? Why is that?
It's basically mainly a car showroom. I do not think there are significant movements at peak times, or even off peak actually. Certainly from my observations, and I drive it every day, so I do know the area very well. Certainly in terms of, so what was the other question? Sorry.
I understood the applicant was telling us that there were significant car movements. My question to you is, why has the council never considered Edna Road for that site before? If it's not seen as an issue now, why was it not seen as an issue before?
Right, what we can't do is take away accesses just because it suits. There are concerns. Once that right of access is in place, it's extremely difficult for the council to remove that right of access, except for when sites come up for redevelopment, as in the current case. So, if you look at the accident plots for the borough, you will see all the accidents, or certainly a very high proportion, always appear on the principal roads where the highest traffic flows are and the highest potential for collisions occur. So, the site is permit free. Again, as the applicant has always said, it will have very low flows of traffic, which can be accommodated adequately on Edna Road. I've also looked at parking down Edna Road, and certainly when I went down the site during the day, there were 18 spare parking spaces available, and a quick snapshot survey of the permits showed that there were around about 8 visitors and 2 free contractors. So that's about 10 movements from nearly
That's
100
during the day when
hours.
there's a controlled parking zone when they're not allowed to park anyway, so it would make no difference. That's not the issue. It's when they come home from work.
Okay. Any other questions? Councillor Campbell.
In terms of the planning history, there was an application in 2007 for flats and a car showroom that was refused, and one of the reasons for refusal was around the design and layout of parking and servicing, saying that it failed to provide either adequate servicing arrangements or off-street parking. Could officers comment on how this specific application has overcome that?
Chair, on the previous previous application, it was proposed to be accessed off the Bushey Road as the main access point. That was to run adjacent from the existing access, running adjacent to the gardens on at the end of Doreen Road, and they also were proposing a turning area ahead off Edna Road. As a benefit for that road. But in terms of the assessment, what we have done is looked at obviously the current submission, and that was quite a considerable number of years ago, that previous scheme. But based on its current merits, with this application, with this submission, with the assessment from highways officers, that we're happy with the access off Edna Road, rather than being accessed off Bushey Road.
So could I confirm that the suggestion is that it may not have overcome that specific point around failing to provide sufficient off-street parking?
So the actual proposal was providing, looks to be about 12 to 10 parking spaces on site. Back then, I don't know if Permit 3 was proposed under Section 106, no. So yes, parking was proposed on that previous scheme, whereas this current scheme only proposing 3, which is obviously going to be less, but with the Permit 3 in place, the actual impact on the road network will be less.
A question about the car club. If this is a zip car where you have pick it up here and drop it there, there will be a tendency for users to leave the cars in a row where they're not, and particularly at weekends. I can see this being a source of annoyance. Is there any? I'd say there's quite a clever algorithm Zipcar used to try and regulate where cars are dropped off. Can you help me with this? Is there any control at all?
The Zipcar Flex scheme has now been operating about a year, and they generally keep cars moving as much as possible. The area is within the flex zone, so yes, the flex scheme could be used by residents, and it has also helped deter residents from having to find other locations where they might be able to store vehicles, or even, like such as Martin Way or something like that, as a means to own a car. So they do provide for those trips that can't necessarily be done by public transport very easily, or the emergency hospital trip, those sorts of things. They are quite expensive, and you pay per minute to use them. And to date, we've not really had any clusters of vehicles occurring in any streets. If clusters, if you do get groupings, I only have to ring up and they move the vehicles for me. So they're very responsive and acting to balance their network and the use of the vehicles.
Thank you. I've just got a couple of questions following up on some of the points that Councillor Fairclough made that I'd be grateful for guidance from the officers on. The first one is on density, and as you pointed out in 710, it is very significantly above the London Plan density, and I wondered how much weight this committee can give to the fact that it's well above those density levels. The second point is about vehicle movements. Now, I've spent quite a lot of time during the run-up to the election walking up and down the Apostles' Roads, including Edna Road, and there are an awful lot of Amazon deliveries, Ocado deliveries, Net-a-Porter deliveries, and every other sort of delivery. And I suspect the sort of people that are going to be living in these flats are just the sort of people that would be making even more extensive use of those. And I wonder to what degree that has been factored in. And the final point is on affordability. We are very slightly short. It's good to see there are some affordable housing, but there does seem to be some room within the viability study to put another 2 affordable units in there. And I wondered whether this committee can, in fact, say that it does want the another 2 affordable units to be added and still meet the viability guidelines.
Thank you, Chair. On density, you can give weight to the density policy. What's important, though, with this site and with a scheme like this is, although the density is higher than the sort of suburban category I think you put it in, you have to identify what that harm is. So what we're saying, we have a scheme here that actually is of a good design and scale, having regard to the site and surrounding in its context. So yes, you can give weight to that density policy, but our advice is that you have to identify what the harm is with having a higher density within the scheme. So on that basis, we looked at it, looking at design. We think it's a good design. Each flat has an outdoor space. It is set back from the road. There's landscape enhancement here. So in and around, if you sort of weigh up that in and around the assessment of the scheme. And so that's how we come to our conclusion on that. In terms of the affordable housing, so the scheme has been subject to a viability assessment, which has been scrutinised by our independent assessor, first of all for the 34-unit scheme, and then following the amendments to assist with amenity on 32 units. So that reduced the affordable a little bit further, down to 10 units. But it also, the output of that is actually that the scheme actually technically is in deficit. However, the applicant does have an affordable housing provider on board to deliver the 10 units on site. And so our advisors outlined to us if they were to add just one rental property within that mix, then it would render it further unviable. So our response to that would be no, we can't add 2 units. The application is what it is. So no, we can't add 2 units through the condition, for example. On deliveries, Chris, are you able to assist on that?
Right, the trip rates that we use, or generally use for new development, is based on a sort of national database of sites where a company undertakes extensive surveys, including all the service vehicles and other ad hoc visits to a site, and then that is then prorated. You do an average, or depending on the sites chosen, which tend to be very similar to the site you're looking at, and then that gives you a predicted number of trips very, very roughly that might be expected. Obviously, the sort of Amazon app type shopping market is actually rapidly changing. It's very hard to actually keep on top of it. What's going on? There's so many different new models and operations coming into force. You know, there is a little bit of lag behind that, but even so, the road does have capacity to take the deliveries. There's on-site facilities where the deliveries can put set down and make those deliveries and then come out again in forward gear. So on balance, you know, whilst it's very difficult to predict the exact number because it will just vary from day to day, and the individual who lives in the street, as indeed with the existing residents, could easily have just as many deliveries in their street. So on balance, we, you know, the site is capable of taking the demand being placed, likely to be generated by the additional homes.
Thank you. Can I just have one follow-up? Can I just check my understanding? Is it the case that we're saying we are not technically able to say that we will approve this with 2 additional affordable housing units, or the recommendation from officers is that we don't add that condition?
Affordable housing when the building is in progress, and it's possible to see what is affordable and what's not.
Okay, but if that's the best we can do, that's better than nothing.
Yeah, I think we should introduce that. Any other? Yes, Councillor Southgate.
Thank you, Chair. Noise and indeed potential pollution. I noticed that elsewhere in Bushey Road the reading is 52 milligrams per particle, whatever it is. I'm looking at this point on Bushey Road. You've got 3 lanes of traffic thundering east. It is noisy. And I couldn't find a lot in here about measures to guard these units against noise. Can you offer any reassurance on that?
Thank you, Chair. So in terms of noise, it is set back from the road. So I actually don't have any noise details in front of me. I do have the air quality details in front of me, which you mentioned earlier. So they have submitted an air quality assessment. And their actual recommendations are, because the building is set far back from the road, that does make quite a bit of difference in terms of air quality. There's also some trees at the front which do assist, some additional tree planting here. So the actual recommendations is for dust management plan has to be captured in condition 31 in the mod sheet. And in terms, and further mitigation is asking for encouraging bicycle storage on site to encourage sustainable transport modes. So that's it in terms of the actual operational side of it. And the construction side is for the dust management.
For no more questions, are there any comments? Okay, then we'll move to Councillor Dean.
I wouldn't notice any cycle provision on site, because if you're having more than one block, it's going to be people carry bags upstairs, which is basically not done. So is there provision for cycling space, and how much?
Yeah, it's here at ground floor level, this large room here. So it meets the requirements for cycle storage. There also are 2 lifts in the building as well, which assist with people moving up and down the flats. And no specific cycle lift itself, no.
So I think there's a number of issues that have been brought up by the Apostles Residents Association and locals. I mean, there's a lot of density here, and I think that is a material consideration. Edna Road has 88 houses, and this would increase the number of houses using that road by about 30%, which is a huge number, when recently there was a controlled parking zone put in because it was very hard to cope with the amount of traffic. As much as we can discount at the moment deliveries, there really isn't any space for deliveries, and frankly there will be a large number. These places, even if they are permit free, a lot of them get permits, and the fact is that there will be car owners here because the retail is not right on top of the station. The average household has 0.7 of a car, so there's no doubt there will be cars here. So I don't think there's been enough consideration about parking, and we heard in 2017 when there was 10 parking spaces that wasn't enough. But the density, the lack of parking, the issue with Edna Road, and the fact that we have discounted deliveries mean that there are a number of issues for the local people. And I think this really does need to go back and say the bulk and massing is too much, the density is too much, the lack of parking is not acceptable, and the fact that the people in Edna Road will have dramatic issues with extra cars parked because the CPZ works for less than half the time. All you have to do is leave for work at 29 minutes past 8 and come back at 1 minute 6:31, and there is no control parking zone.
Do you want to move the recommendation?
Yes, I would reject this on bulk and massing. I certainly, and I think that's the main thing, bulk and massing. And I'm not sure how we can deal with parking nowadays. I mean, there's something to discuss, but I'll leave that to the officers. That not enough consideration has taken place in terms of, because now Edna Road is in play, not enough consideration has gone to parked cars for the people that are moving in here, because they will have requirements. So bulk and massing without doubt.
Have you got a second? Okay, put that to vote then. Who's in favour? Those against? Sorry, that was. I'm going to move to the main recommendation.
And that is to... sorry, Councillor McGrath.
I do also have a concern, particularly on this property deliveries. I'd have far less concern if the access was via Bushey Road, as it is at the moment. I take the point that there are concerns about that, but the very fact that we're told that the traffic movements are likely to be very low seems to be a reason for keeping access on Bushey Road rather than changing it. And so I would like to consider rejecting it. I think, obviously subject to the guidance of the officers, that's on the basis of CS20 and DMT three, an adverse effect on the level of on-street parking, road safety and local amenity. Yes, please.
Conditions in section 106 and with a clawback mechanism around affordable housing. Those in favour, please show. And those against? So the recommendation is carried. We now move to agenda item 7, which is 41 Cottenham Park Road.
Members, this application is brought to the Committee for Determination arising for the number and scope of objections that have been raised to the proposals. The site currently comprises a single-storey detached dwelling with accommodation at roof level, and you can see the existing dwelling depicted in the photograph on the screen on the the right-hand side of the image with the fir tree to the front. And this is a close-up of the existing dwelling. And you'll see 39 to the east of the site. Again, to the rear of the dwelling, which is proposed to be removed. And then a view looking along the street towards the application site, showing one of a number of pairs of newish dwellings which have been erected in recent years along Cottenham Park Road. This is the rear of the site from Orchard Lane. You can see a significant change in levels from Cottenham Park Road to Orchard Lane, and you can see what appears to be a point of access to the rear of the site, but I understand from correspondence that there's no right of access over that lane. And again, another view of the back of the house, and you can see again a pair of newer dwellings that have been erected on Cottenham Park Road, and again, just on the very left-hand side of the image, a further pair of the newer semi-detached properties that have been erected. And you can see there, I think probably 4 pairs of relatively new dwellings. And again, a back view of 39 Cottenham Park Road, again showing changes in levels and helping to understand the relationship of the existing dwelling to the site where the proposals would be located. You can see from the officer's report that the proposals have been the subject of amendment. Proposals which are for 2 new dwellings, a pair of 2 new dwellings. The initial submissions were the subject of discussions between council officers and the developer. Council officers raised concerns regarding the relationship of the development to 39 Cottenham Park Road. Officers considered the relationship would be unduly overbearing to this property. Overlooking at neighbouring properties from both sides, from the terraces. Concerns raised regarding the choice of materials and a need to use high quality materials. The need to ensure that any amendments still provided adequate light and outlook to habitable rooms, and a concern regarding the loss of trees within the frontage to the site, mature trees being a feature to the front of properties along this section of Cottenham Park Road, with an expectation that the street scene should benefit from at least one one semi-mature tree to the front of the property. Amended drawings were submitted, and if I can take you to the plans for this site, you'll see where I'm moving the hand, an orange irregular stepped line. This is one of the primary areas where changes have been made to the scheme, and you'll see on page 45 a summary of the alterations to the scheme. This has resulted in an irregular shape to the rear of the property, but has moved parts of the building away from the boundary with number 39. Proposals have also included provision for a tree to be planted at the front of the site. Officers are concerned about the amount of excavation here, and it appears that really there's only an opportunity to put one tree here. Key planning issues are examined in the report. The principle of development, the NPPF, London Plan and the local planning policies encourage more intensive use of sites for housing, and you'll be aware that the council has housing targets. Currently, the council is, in its last annual monitoring report, exceeding its annual target in Merton. That's the current planning target, not the proposed target, so exceeding the current housing target. So it's a matter of judgment. It's a matter of balancing the various factors that come to play in a situation like this as to whether or not the merits of the scheme are such that they provide a satisfactory solution on this site, given that we're ahead of those targets for delivering new dwellings. Officers have considered design and impact on the character and appearance of the area, and you'll see from that that officers have observed that the street has, over a number of years, been the subject of change in terms of single dwellings being removed and pairs of dwellings being proposed and erected instead. And so in that respect, the changing pattern of development along the road would be further enforced by the proposals, and it's a matter of judgment as to whether or not this is appropriate. In the absence of a uniform house type or regular plot width, it could be concluded that a more compact configuration such as that proposed would be acceptable. The impact on neighbouring amenity is considered as well, and again, as you'll be aware, officers did raise a number of concerns regarding the impact of the proposals on the neighbouring properties, and again, whilst there's no mathematical or quantifiable impact in terms of any loss of daylight to neighbouring properties, officers have got to reach a judgment as to whether or not the proposals are such as to adversely impact neighbouring amenity arising from the bulk massing of the building. And officers in this instance acknowledge that there's the potential to impact on neighbouring residents, but that we're given the proposals in our judgment the level of support that it needs. We've also looked at various other aspects of the scheme, including landscaping and impact on trees and biodiversity. Again, because of the extensive basement construction which is proposed here, there's limited opportunities to provide trees, but the applicant nevertheless has provided a tree as part of the proposals. So this is something which certainly is an improvement on the earlier scheme. The existing building isn't protected by any formal protection. The proposals would provide an additional larger dwelling, making more effective use of land. It does take its cues from the surrounding streetscape, including the transitioning levels. The street scene does have a number of diverse house types with no one form prevailing. The loss of trees, officers acknowledge, is disappointing, but that may be weighed against the need to provide additional houses. The scheme has been the subject of amendments in terms of seeking to address concerns about the impact on neighbouring amenity. In terms of the size of the dwelling, national housing standards don't include dwellings of the size proposed. However, on the basis of the available standards, officers consider the proposals would achieve acceptable living standards for prospective occupants. The proposals wouldn't have a harmful impact on the neighbouring highway network, including parking provision. It would achieve suitable refuse provision and could be considered as achieving a suitable design for the site. Consider the basement can be constructed safely without adversely affecting the surrounding natural and built environment, while suitably addressing drainage issues. On balance, it's considered that the scheme may be approved.
Can I call on Ilaria Dibon, please?
Thank you. We strongly object to this development. The recent minor changes do not deal adequately enough with the multitude of concerns from the community. In particular, we urge you to consider the following council planning guidance points. First, this is a case of severe overdevelopment. The current site is a single-story building. It simply cannot handle the building of 2 4-story houses. It will result in an intrusive and dominant construction totally out of keeping with the area. Second, due to the poor design required to squeeze 2 houses onto such a small plot, it will lead to visual intrusion and loss of privacy to the neighbors. The proposed terraces extend into the rear gardens and well beyond the building line of the adjacent properties. Third, a restriction on the use of the terraces would be essential to protect the privacy of the neighborhood and Holland Garden Park users. This would be in keeping with the existing restriction upon residents of Orchard Lane, who are subject to restrictive covenants applying to the use of their terraces. Why would this development not be subject to the same conditions? Should this development be approved, we would insist on the same restriction being applied to the use of their terraces, which is no use for any social purposes. Fourth, the ideal outcome would be the building of 1 family home. This is clearly what the space is suitable for. If this project were still to proceed, despite the outpouring from this community, the developers will need to design a more sympathetic alignment in line with the neighboring properties and work harder to preserve the privacy and amenity of the area. Such changes would have a closer adherence to the council planning guidance too, which currently it does not need. In conclusion, given the overwhelming response from the local community, it is clear that there is strong opposition to this development. We firmly believe the council must take these concerns seriously and move to reject this current proposal until the developer submits a plan that actually responds to our joint concerns and one which meets the council planning guidelines. Thank you very much for your consideration.
Tim Baker, please.
Good evening. I'm speaking on behalf of my mother, Mrs. Jenny Baker, who lives next door to the proposed development at 39 Cottenham Park Road. We object to the planning application in its current form. Please accept that we are not opposed to development of the plot per se and recognise the need to build more habitable rooms in the borough, but do not feel that this development in this location will assist in helping Merton meet its targets. Neither is our argument based on NIMBYism. We believe that the development should be sympathetic to its surroundings and make a contribution to the environment. Regrettably, this development does neither, and that is why we believe you should vote to reject it. We would be more sympathetic to a single dwelling, as in our opinion the plot is too small to sustain 2 4-bed houses, effectively double the current density. This, to our knowledge, would be the most intensive development on such a small plot in Cottenham Park Road. In addition, only 1 car parking space per property is provided, which is simply insufficient for houses of this size. Our objections focus on the following issues. Scale and massing on such a small plot constitute excessive development, which will directly impinge on our rights of light and remove the current level of privacy. The development is profit-driven. Significant structural damage to neighbouring properties during the basement excavation, an increase in traffic, especially during construction, and restricted access for emergency vehicles. Cars reversing into Cottenham Park Road. Removed trees should be replaced. A reduction in value of 39 Cottenham Park Road. In addition, the case officer tries to disguise the fact that this is actually a double 4-storey townhouse development by making reference to 2 stories from the front and 3 from the rear. It is trying to replicate the houses to the west, but on an excessive and unachievable scale. The case officer also makes reference to there being a lack of architectural continuity or character in Cottenham Park Road, which in our opinion does not ring true, given that the formation of such continuity lies in the hands and direct control of the local authority. What exists within Cottenham Park Road has been created by the Borough of Merton. We believe therefore that the street does indeed have a character of its own and makes a positive contribution to the local environment. Finally, the east wall of the proposed development will abut the boundary of 39 Cottenham Park Road. It is normal for a reasonable gap to exist between properties, but this development's excessive size does not allow for any such gap to exist. The case officer's acceptance of the development proposal further demonstrates that Merton is not prepared to enforce this reasonable distance, providing yet another example of development at any cost. We urge you to reject this application.
Thank you. Francesco Bacchita.
Good evening, Chair, members of the committee. I'm the Civic architect speaking on behalf of the applicant. This application offers the opportunity to replace a house which is of no architectural merit and doesn't contribute to local character or street scene, with 2 environmentally friendly family homes in a sustainable location. Over the last few months, several alterations have been made to the scheme to both address points raised by the case officer and concerns raised by neighbours. The applicant has been proactive, worked with officers and responded to feedback. The officer's report confirms that all technical issues have been overcome and relevant planning policies are met by the scheme presented today. As acknowledged in the report, Cottenham Park Road doesn't have a cohesive style and is made up of houses of many different types and sizes. Being mindful of the street scene and the importance of curbside appearance, we have taken reference from neighbouring houses and various features in the vicinity have been incorporated into the design. For example, the top floor is built into steeply pitched roofs, a feature which is common on semi-detached houses near the site. The ridge heights have also been carefully considered and follow the contour of the road so that houses appear as 2-storey on Cottenham Park Road. Choice of materials will also ensure that houses fit well into the immediate locality whilst being contemporary in design. The site slopes quite steeply from front to back, and this has enabled a lower ground floor to be incorporated into the design. This is supported by a basement impact assessment and construction method statement which has been reviewed by the council's engineer, who has confirmed that the basement can be constructed without any negative impact on surrounding properties. Whilst I understand the concern from neighbours, I would also add that the developer is very experienced in basement construction as well as tight residential sites. As an example, they're currently working on small one-off sites near Trafalgar Square and Covent Garden. I only mention this to help highlight that the developer is fully knowledgeable on the issues that cause concern locally. The sloping nature of the site means that the rear of the houses will appear as 3-4-storey views from Orchard Lane, which is completely in keeping with the semi-detached properties to the west of the site. Note that they also have the addition of dominant parking garages fronting Orchard Lane, something we do not propose. In fact, we don't propose any access off Orchard Lane, which is an improvement on the current situation. Each house has ample amenity space, as well as rear gardens and terraces. Each house has had space carved out of it to create individual private courtyards and light wells, bringing further areas of enjoyment. Off-street parking has been provided with direct access off Cottenham Park Road, entirely consistent with neighbours. During the course of the application, concerns were raised by the case officer about the mass of the proposed houses and the possible impact on number 39 to the east. In order to overcome these concerns, the upper floors were reduced and stepped back, and the case officer has now stated that the scheme actually serves to improve privacy to neighbouring dwellings over the existing situation, while simultaneously ensuring the privacy of occupants of the development. I should also point out that due to the southern aspect gardens and high boundaries, the scheme will barely cast any shadows onto neighbouring properties. This was demonstrated by a sunpath study submitted during the application. It's not uncommon for houses to be built close to common boundaries, and many houses along Cottenham Park Road do reflect this. In our case, the dwellings presented here have been designed to step away from boundaries the deeper they get. I'll also point out the appointment of the boundary to number 39 is against the garage, not the dwelling itself. To summarise then, the development would enable the efficient use of a sustainable site, which is an important priority for planning policy and decisions, and reduce the need for dwellings in more sensitive locations. This is a bespoke scheme that responds to the individual character of the site. The officer's report confirms that the proposed scheme accords with the design code, and whilst there may be objections to the proposals, the scheme offers the opportunity to replace a dwelling which is no longer fit for purpose with 2 new sustainable homes that will be a further step in the architectural evolution of Cottenham Road. The proposed houses can be constructed safely, will have no adverse effect on occupiers of neighbouring properties or on the character and appearance of the surrounding area, and are designed in accordance with the aims of the Council's planning policies. Thank you.
Chair, officers acknowledge that the character of Cottenham Park Road is changing. Officers did note at paragraph 7.7 that in recent years buildings where there have been general spaces have been replaced with semi-detached houses with smaller gaps, and we've simply said it would be reinforced by the proposals, and it's a matter of judgment as to whether or not this is appropriate. The proposals do have to provide a new dwelling. I do think that, just briefly, and officers are supportive of the proposal, but in terms of family homes and meeting housing need, I would respectfully draw members' attention to paragraph 7.18, in which we do acknowledge that the quality of accommodation would appear to more than meet the national housing standards, but that the size of the family homes actually well exceeds that which is set down by the national housing standards. And so I think just to try and put that in context a little bit. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. I would like to start by drawing the committee's attention to paragraph 2.1 of the officer's report. This describes how the site slopes to the south and falls by approximately 5.4 metres. This slope and the resultant open outlook is a significant amenity for residents. Having visited the site myself, I would urge the committee to trust the photographic evidence that has been presented. Number 41 is a low-built house, and its roof line is considerably lower than the houses on either side. Clearly, number 41 was built this way to protect the amenity of the residents of adjacent homes. So, referring to paragraph 2.5 of the officer's report, we see that a single-storey bungalow will be demolished and a pair of semi-detached houses will be erected. I suggest that this proposed development will adversely affect the living conditions of adjacent and nearby residents, and this is contrary to DM D2A6, which states that we should protect existing developments from visual intrusions, etc., so that the living conditions of occupiers are not unduly diminished. The Council's policy DN-D2A1 states that all developments must relate positively and appropriately to the siting, rhythm, scale, density, proportions, heights, material and massing of surrounding buildings and existing street patterns, historic context, urban layout and landscape features of the surrounding area. This application obviously fails to meet those requirements. If I may now turn to the basement, paragraph 7.38 of the officer's report states that although 50% of the front garden will be occupied by the proposed basement, given recommended conditions, the intention of policy DMD2 would be achieved. But DMD2B4 states that the basement should not, and I quote, exceed 50% of either the front, rear or side garden, end quote. I would therefore argue that a waiver of this policy might be acceptable in isolation, but is not acceptable in combination with the other breaches of DMD2 which have already been described. In conclusion, I would therefore urge the committee to reject this application on the grounds that it is contrary to many of the requirements of Council Policy DMD2. Thank you, Chair.
Questions? No questions. Councillor, yes.
Yes, thank you, Chair. I just wonder why we feel it's. I mean, I don't think I object to the idea of taking the other house down and building another one, larger one. But why do we feel that it's acceptable for a large house to be actually allowed to be built right close up to their neighbours' boundaries when normally houses of this size are built either in terraces mostly, or they have larger areas surrounding them. I take on board what Lewis has said about the dynamic is changing. And I don't think, because it's built right up to the borough boundaries, it's ever going to sit comfortably in that space.
Chair, if I can take members to paragraph 715 of the officer's report, and it's stated, the footprint of the up clause has been amended arising from concerns raised by officers with the applicant regarding potential harmful impact of the proposal on the outlook from Cottenham and Cottenham Park Road. And then we go on to say the amendments would reduce the visual impact of the proposal on 39, and it may be concluded that as a result of the changes, any impact in terms of loss of light or outlook would not warrant refusal. Well, we've simply said that the amendments would, as a matter of fact, reduce the visual impact, and it may be concluded that there is, as a result of the changes, any impact in terms of loss of light or outlook would not warrant refusal. So we're saying what we're doing here is, as planning officers, it's never, as we touched on before, so that binary question: do we approve a house or don't we approve a house? Do we need to provide additional houses? Yes. Is this providing a more intensive use of the site? Yes. Is the relationship with neighbouring boundaries acceptable? We have to exercise judgment, and what officers are saying here is that it may be considered appropriate.
Councillor.
Thank you. It's not 100% clear from the plans, and I just wanted to seek clarification that the proposed new building, where it is built right up to the boundary of the property, is all of the building that is built up to the boundary of the property directly abutting the garage of next door's property. I.e., is there any of the property, the proposed new property, which will be on the boundary line but not directly up against the garage? Like, is there any of it which will be just open to next door's property?
Chair, the image that I've got on the screen, you can see the hand moving up and down. That's where the garage is on the neighbouring property, and you'll see where the hatch line is. The property extends further beyond the back of the property, but then the orange line here shows where the upper floors are set in. So if I can just take you through to the, sorry. So you'll see at lower ground level, this is the full extent of the property. At upper ground level, there's this balcony area, and then there's this part of the property here. And then further up, it cuts in here. And then you can see that that's with the roof form. So unfortunately, there isn't perhaps a helpful 3D model that I can show you on the screen. But Yes, so we've got the blue line, that's the furthest most part of the property, and we've got the green line, which is the raised ground floor, and then the orange line, which is the upper floors. So there's a sort of a staggered relationship, and it's that on which really a judgment has to be taken.
Any other questions? Any comments? Yes.
Yes. I'll go back to my sort of thing. In my experience, it's considerable. I'm sorry. It's considerable. I feel that this house, or these houses, they are rather overdeveloped for the area that they're sitting in, at the size they're sitting in. And I don't think that houses of this size, at the cost that they are going to be, are appropriate in this form. I think it's just overdevelopment for the things that people are looking for. 4-bedroom house crammed into this, it just doesn't strike me as acceptable.
Are you making a recommendation? Did you say yes?
I said no.
You said no.
But can I move these? I thought it was very elegant. So the only difference is between yes. So I'll go with what he said.
Okay, give me a second and then your second. Let's put it to the vote. Those in favour of the recommendation not to build because of overdevelopment, those in favour? Those against? Sorry, but that's fallen. If there are no further comments, I'm going to move to there are further comments. Councillor Makin.
The people who spoke talked about basement. Could the officers elaborate on that and tell me how much space it actually takes up on the ground?
Chair, I can't give you a percentage, but if I can take you back to this image, you'll see that there's lower ground floor accommodation from where the hand's tracing here through to pretty much the front of the site, and that's again, if you look at the cross section, you could argue about what's basement and what's not basement here because of the changes in levels from the front to the back of the site. But you can see from this image here that we've got accommodation that's going to require some excavation at the back and here as well, because at the front the buildings have the appearance of seemingly something on ground with a first floor above. But like I said, not only are we dealing with changes in levels from east to west, but we're also looking at changes in levels from north to south on the site. But yes, if you go back to the floor plans again, this is all at lower ground level, as is this when it comes to being at the front of the site, whereas it's sort of poking out of the hillside at the back of the site.
And how much of garden left? What the percent?
Chair, the building, if you allow for the amount of plot which requires a degree of excavation, you can see from this that we're looking at perhaps 2/3 of the site. But, as I've said, with the application of planning policies, you've got to sort of weigh up, okay, well, one particular threshold may be breached. What's the harm arising from that? Something simply setting a precedent isn't a basis to withhold permission. If it's a case that it's setting a precedent and the harm that would arise as a result of this is X or Y, then we can go with it. But the advice we've had in terms of drainage and structural stability is that, subject to the submission of suitable documents, the proposals wouldn't have a harmful impact. So yes, it would breach a threshold. There's already been this discussion about whether or not the scheme is overdevelopment, and members have taken the view that it's not. And so really, simply because there's a larger basement in itself wouldn't be a basis to say, and therefore permission should be refused.
Okay. I'd like to move to the vote if you've not got any further questions, further comments. I'm going to move to the votes. Recommendation is to grant planning permission subject to the conditions that are outlined in the report. Can we see those in favour, please? Those against? Then the recommendation is carried. We have two further, a couple of minutes. We've got two further reports with members of the public here. We don't want to curtail the report, but it would be helpful if members could be succinct in their responses, please. I'm going to have to allow officers to have a toilet break, and then we'll continue. Okay, we're going to pass on. You can chomp away on a biscuit. If anyone in the audience needs a biscuit out the back there, I've got a pack. You can pass them around. Yeah, we'll pass them down. There's 2 packs actually. You might need one. Okay, we're on 356 Garth Road, and Jonathan's introducing again.
Chair, members, this application is being brought before committee for determination due to the number of objections received. The officer's report sets out clearly a description of the site and surroundings, which you can see from photographs. The proposal comprises one of a pair of semi-detached dwellings facing onto Garth Road. Just after you go past the entrance to, I think it's the Morden crematorium ground. So if you're travelling along Garth Road, which is in the photograph, then to the right, about 400 yards further along, you'll get to the council sub-civic community site. Again, looking into Wydle Close, and from the rear of the site, and again, and looking into the garden of the site. You'll see that the application site has been the subject of earlier applications. There have been various proposals for the site, including a scheme for various substantial site extensions refused in 2008, proposals for a dwelling house refused in 2016, and also one for various extensions to the property, and proposals to convert the house into a house in multiple occupation, which was refused and then subsequently dismissed on appeal in 2016. The works which are taking place on the site appear to flow from a decision made in March this year for extensions to the property which could be built under permitted development. You'll see as well from the officer's report that the scheme, which is for a small dwelling to be erected to the side of this property. I can just take you through to the more detailed plans now. So a new dwelling formed to take shape of a single-storey side extension, but similar to the scheme before, with part of that accommodation at basement level. Consultations have resulted in, like I said, a number of objections looking at the impact of the proposals. There's concerns about the basement. There's concerns regarding increased traffic, flood risk. But you also note there are a number of concerns that have been raised regarding the condition of the site. But I would suggest this evening that the focus remains firmly on the merits of the planning application and not on matters such as that. The key planning issues, similar to 41 Cottenham Park Road, the principle of development, well, the proposals would deliver a new small dwelling. The design and impact on the character and appearance of the area. Well, again, unlike earlier proposals for much larger extensions here, the proposed extension does have the appearance of what I would call a well-mannered single-storey side extension. And although there is basement level accommodation, to all intents and purposes, this would be hidden from view. Impact on neighbour amenity, again, this is addressed in the report, and certainly some concerns perhaps arising from the activity associated with construction work, matters that can be covered by conditions attached to any approval if permission is granted. In terms of standard accommodation, again, national standards are met. It's only one small dwelling, so unlikely to have a harmful impact on traffic and parking in the locality, and there's adequate space on site for refuse and storage. In terms of basement construction and flood risk, again, you'll see that we've had advice from technical officers on these matters, and again, it's considered that permission could be granted subject to conditions.
Thank you. Mr. Churchman.
Good evening. Just a few words to and concerns over the application again for another application for subterranean dwelling on this site. Without stating the obvious that's already been said about the flood zones and the parking and whatnot. There's not really obviously many basements in the area, and everyone else has applications for extensions and lofts, which obviously they already have. But on a personal note, I'd like to say that my house already shakes. Like when heavy vehicles come up Garth Road, like the dust trucks, cement trucks and all the heavy vehicles, when it hits the speed bump, which is just to the right of this property on Garth Road. And I just feel that with all the excavation that's going to carry on and further undermine the property, and I'm on the other corner from this, I just feel it's just going to, both properties are going to be at risk for like afterwards with all the extra excavation. So they're really my main concerns. Everything else is already brought up in the report that you spoke about before. Thank you.
David Misgurka.
Good evening, everyone. We've raised concerns with regards to previous applications and have not been advised about this new one. We only found about this new proposal from our neighbours. As a result of that, we feel we have not been given an opportunity to consider this application in details that it deserves, and would like to kindly ask this committee to adjourn this consultation so that we can employ our own planner to consider this proposal and represent our case further. Another point would be the loss of parking in the area. Is a major issue that will impact adversely on wider close and neighbourhood. The stretch along the fence is constantly used, accommodating 5 cars. Residents will be forced to park outside their close. This is a massive loss of parking. It is difficult as it is, and it will increase density and reduction of parking in the area. It will affect immediate neighbours. There is at point 3, there is a lack of information about the remaining part of the land and what is that going to be used for. My concern is that parking is going to be created at the rear garden and hugely increase traffic in Windle Close. Again, no consideration has been given here for safety and increased traffic. If this application was to be successful, then it would be important that access is only allowed from Garth Road and not from Windle Close. Another consideration should have been given to sewage and the sewer. The capacity of the sewer has not been considered in my view here at all. After discussing this with friends of the close, this appeared to be another area of huge concern to everyone here. This area, as you all know, is within Zone 1 flood risk, which over the years suffered from overflow drainage on a few occasions. Other density of this development would impact this even further and should be considered. The transport planner Sarah Atanaya stated that the site is not within control zone and that there is no traffic restriction. However, there is restriction in Windle Close and refers to heavy goods vehicles. This development has started and already impacted our access to and from Windle Close due to such vehicles obstructing access. Environmental impact of this development has been considered in the previous application, particularly about the constructions of basement. That assessment didn't favour the proposal, so my question is why there is no environmental assessment now. Is the reason why previous application has been abandoned and why people who raised concerns were not consulted? Thank you very much.
Mark Jones, please.
Okay, we have worked very closely with Merton planners to make this site compliant, as well as undertaking topographic reports, drainage reports, additional SUDS reports, which all show the site is policy compliant. We have had a few representations, and some of them are not relevant to or allowed in planning considerations. The plan has had a full planning application submitted before the full application. The property is well designed, not intrusive and not overbearing. It is only still single storey and it would not affect the neighbours, as it is simply replacing a garage that is already in place. There will be allocated parking and no change at all to the property size. The planning department have covered every aspect of this application, including the neighbours' views, and they are in support of this. There have been no objections from the climate change officer, the transport and highways officers, flood risk engineers. The environmental agency have also been closely involved in this application, and they gave no objection. There is no negative impact on the character of the house or to the community. If approved, this application would help the additional housing needs. There's no problem with any safety, as that would all be undertaken in the conditions if approved. Thank you.
Questions, please. Councillor Ward.
Thank you. There's a question about the parking on Wydale Close. I see a number of the houses there have off-street parking. Is there any parking actually allowed on that turning area, or is that all double yellow lines all the way around?
Chair, I've visited the site and it's not so much that there are double yellow lines, it's just literally the geometry of the street, the width of the street, as you can see in the image in front of you, is such that you really would be very restricted in terms of parking there. And then when you get down to we haven't got a photograph of the head of the cul-de-sac, but when I visited the site, there are a number of drop curves and crossovers, really sterilising the opportunity to park within the turning head there. Having said that, there is that opportunity to park on the street in the immediate locality. I parked up in the next cul-de-sac when I visited the site. But the next cul-de-sac's got a lot of maisonettes in it. So.
Any other questions? Councillor Southgate.
Yes, my question really is about the standards of accommodation for anybody occupying this, because all of the living accommodation is below ground, as far as I can see. In particular, the little patio area, if you were using that, you'd be looking up to your own parked car, wouldn't you? Well, it's not exactly much of an outlet. Are we, in other words, is it compliant in terms of access to natural light?
Chair, normally when you're looking at the light penetration into a room, you're looking at about 1.8 metres above internal finished floor level. So whilst the outlook would be perhaps something that you or I might choose, certainly the amount of light penetration would still be quite good in the living room. I mean, I'll grant you in terms of the back of the kitchen, you may need to rely on artificial light. But again, that's quite often the case with perhaps single aspect flats, which we do approve. So again, I'm not saying that this is the best scheme that's ever come before committee, but what I am saying is that in terms of our judgment of the proposals, the scheme can be supported.
I have to say I do agree with you about the restricted outlook. Councillor Latchman. I'm sorry, I had to ask.
One of the objectives complained had concerns about the effect on their property from the development. Do you think that is justified, or will it cause damage to their property, the development carried out here?
Chair, routinely officers receive objections to proposals which relate to the impact arising from the intrusive nature of the building work that's taking place. Unfortunately, if we were to acknowledge that all building work will cause some noise, some vibration, some disturbance, then really it would be very difficult to let development come forward. What we can do is place restrictions on the hours of building activity, and we can place controls over the manner in which the basement is designed, so as to ensure that in the long term the building work is such that it should maintain the stability of the site. But whilst I have sympathy with the objector raising those concerns, as I said, we don't have a planning policy that we necessarily rely on simply to say it will cause noise, it will cause vibration, and on that basis, citing this policy, permission should be refused, because we don't have a policy that says that.
Are there any other questions? Comments? You have a comment.
Well, yeah, it's not great, but I just feel there's probably insufficient grounds to mount refusal, actually. I'm not going to support it, but I don't feel I'm in a strong enough position to vote against it, actually, or indeed to put forward a motion for refusal.
think, considering the housing needs in the borough and that it is a relatively small new dwelling and the amount of it which will stick up above the ground, just not very much bigger than the existing garage, and within that will provide another another dwelling for the borough, which we know is needed. Therefore, I think we should give this permission, and I would like to propose we move to vote and grant planning permission. Thank you.
From my perspective, I think the people that might be inhabiting the space are bothered about the quality of their living conditions, particularly in terms of the living space in the basement. Just doesn't seem right. So I don't know if there's a recommendation for here that could be moved around it. I know you were saying what you just said, Council Southgate, but do you think there's anything that we could move between us?
Okay, let's see where it goes. Yes, I do feel that it is, in particular, the absence of natural light within the inner areas, and the fact that all of the living accommodation is below ground, the restricted outlook on the patio, all of these to me sort of add up to a very subpar, subterranean space, actually. No, it's not. Yes. It would be on the grounds of it's really substandard accommodation in terms of natural light and amenity.
Well, I would second that. Can we take that to the vote and see where it goes? And, okay. Can I see those who are in favour of that recommendation, please? Those against? And on that basis, then the recommendation fails. The recommendation to grant planning permission fails. It's not got a recommendation. We now move on to an agenda item. Sorry? Yeah.
Just be clear.
Yeah.
I'm not going to challenge anything, but just so that we're clear for the purpose of the minutes, members are seeking to refuse on the grounds of restricted light and outlook, giving rise to poor quality of the environment for future occupiers, contrary to policy D2 or CS14. Yeah, okay. Like I said, I'm not wanting to challenge it, but I just want to make sure we're clear.
Thank you. 6 Grange Park Place is our next agenda item. I'm really sorry we're so late. I think we would have been a lot earlier if we hadn't had a fire alarm, but we did.
Thank you, Chair. The application site is located in the north side of Grange Park Place. It comprises a detached dwelling house. The site surroundings comprise other detached residential properties. The proposal itself is for a 2-storey side extension, following demolition of existing garage and part first floor rear extension. The proposal will provide additional habitable accommodation to the existing dwelling and external materials that match the dwelling. Design with a hip roof with a lower ridge and heat line comparison to the existing dwelling. 3 front door windows are proposed, which will break the heat line, and hard standing at the front will remain for car parking. Just talk through the proposed plans. This is the proposed site plan. The dotted line is the existing garage to the side of the property. The hash is the footprint for the extensions. This is the existing plans. So you note the existing front of the property here, the double-storey double garage to the side. You note the boundary for the property is over here. And again, just the rear and the side elevation. Proposed ground floor plan, additional ground floor accommodation proposed currently until the staircase going upwards. first floor, they're actually removing an internal bathroom here and punch through to access here into the extension. You'll note it's quite set far back, so on the elevations, unfortunately, not the best quality here, but on the elevation plan, you see it is a wide side extension. However, on the side plan, you see it is set back from the front elevation of the dwelling. So that's quite key. I'll show you in the site photographs as we move forward. At the back, the first floor extension at the back is over here, and that's beyond the side here. And that roof plan is quite useful, just shows the outline of what the extension and its design. This is a tree protection plan. This is the tree report to come with the application. So some existing trees on site. 2 trees to be removed, just a couple of shrub trees here. In terms of site pictures, so after we start on the right, that's the attached garage to be removed. So looking from this angle, so as I said earlier, the extension actually retains that front building line of the existing garage and then goes back across. And this hard standing area will remain as existing. You'll note that the dwelling style is sort of mock Tudor, and that's what will be reflected in the extension. At the back, again, the mock Tudor. First floor extension going above here, and extending to the right, so demolishing this garage and coming out here. At the back, you see the site levels drop a bit, and it's existing boundary treatment at the moment. So you see the case officer standing here, as you see the site levels do drop. It's coming a metre beyond this and across. And that's the outlook at the back at the moment, with the existing swimming pool in the rear of the garden. Overall, members, the proposal is considered to be an appropriate design, form and scale with regard to the site context and surroundings. The extension would be set back on the same building line as existing garage, and thereby making an acceptable addition to the street scene. The extension would also be set back from the western boundary by 4 metres, and given the width of the site, the proposal is not considered to cause zero harm to surrounding the community. The recommendation is therefore a draft commission subject to conditions, and the mod sheet with an additional condition that officers have recommended, along with a summary of 2 further representations that we received in answer to response to that. Thank you, Chair.
Jane Barclay Ross, please.
We thought we'd go first, if that's all right.
Okay, yes, you can.
Thank you. I live at number 2 Grange Park Place. I'm also speaking on behalf of my neighbours. I'm directly affected by this proposal as it faces our living room, and I believe it would be visually intrusive and overbearing. The size of the proposal means that we shall be overlooked. If I could quote, the Merton Council website has a checklist for household developments which requires a daylight/sunlight assessment. No such report has been included, even though neighbouring windows are affected, rendering the application invalid. Point 7.9 of the report suggests that there are existing front windows overlooking my property. This is not the case. It's clearly illustrated in a photo which I submitted, which hopefully you looked at. Where the garage is at the moment, there are no windows that can be seen. The photo will also show an approximate outline of the proposed house on the double-storey nature, and the double-storey nature of this, and the 6 new windows that will directly look into my sitting room and garden. This will destroy our privacy. This building will also block a significant amount of light, again obvious in the photograph. This was not the only flaw in the planning application. Neither myself nor a boundary neighbour in Wolseley Close received notification from the council, despite being included on the neighbours' details list. At no time was there a site notice advertising the application displayed at the front of the property. In contravention of Article 6 of the GB Procedure Order 1995, again rendering the application invalid. Although boundary neighbours had time to object, wider members of the close were not informed, and therefore their views had not been taken into consideration. Another major concern is the size of the proposed building. We would argue that this is not an extension, this is rather another house. The existing property is already large, consisting of 5 bedrooms and 3 reception rooms, occupying approximately 284 square metres. Grange Park Place has 3 startup houses within it, and 6 GBP is an example of the largest type. The additional building adds a further 135 square metres to the house, a value in excess of the floor area for an average 4-bedroom house. This will make it significantly larger than any other property in the close, and therefore completely out of character with the rest of the close. It will dominate the landscape as the close is entered, in contradiction of point 7.6 of the plan report. In addition, since the proposed building is over 100 square metres, a CIL additional question form should have been submitted. No such form was included. This invalidating the application. The layout of the additional building is awkward, with the upstairs, which will have its own staircase connecting to the older part of the house through a bedroom. This suggests that this access point will not really be used, rendering the two dwellings under a single roof in contravention of a planning permission granted by Merton 574/84 in 1984. To summarise, the key objections are loss of light, privacy, and unreasonable size of the proposal. I would urge the committee to reject this proposal.
Thank you. So, Jane, are you ready?
I'm Jane Barclay-Wilson and I live directly next door at number 5 Grange Park Place. I want to dive in with 7.8 of the planning report, which states that the light and privacy and visual intrusion will have no effect on my property. I've submitted 2 photos to you showing how the sun, which rises in the east and comes up, fills my kitchen diner with light and my patio. Will therefore be blocked by the red outline of the proposed extension. I also show a photo from the kitchen diner showing how, because it is set back from the main house, that then I will have a double-storey, double-depth building right next door, which will be very visually intrusive. My architect, who has visited my house many times, agrees that in her professional opinion this would be the case. My neighbour who lives behind in Wolseley Close is significantly lower down, and the upper floor of the double storey would look directly onto and into her property with the 3 windows up there. She would like to object to 7.7 in the plan. We also disagree with the tree report which has been circulated. The tree report states that the 2 trees which will have to be removed from the garden are not visible to neighbouring properties and also of low value. Well, I've marked one of the trees on the photograph which we submitted, so it clearly is visible from my garden, and also is visible, from my house, and is also visible in the photo from number 2 Grange Park Place. So we would argue that it does have aesthetic value, and also as it has flowers and berries on it, we would argue that it does have some value to the wildlife. We would like the western and northern shrubs and trees to be maintained as a condition because they do provide some blocking. And we noticed that Merton has introduced restrictions on the construction traffic, which we welcome. We would like to know how these will be enforced, and also how long such a development would take, given the huge amounts of disruption it will bring to the close, being in such a central location of the close. We're also concerned about the safety of the number of 8 children that live in the close at the moment. And we would also like to know how the considerable wear and tear on our private road will be compensated for. And finally, I know it's not great interest to the Planning Committee, but this proposal is in breach of several restrictive covenants, and we have sought legal advice in order to pursue these in the court of law. Thank you.
Nikki and Vivian Sharp. Yes. Are you going to share for 6 minutes?
Hi, I'm Gideon Sharp, and thank you everyone for taking the time to sit with us at this late time at night. I just want to start by saying that this is one family home. We are seeking to extend one family home nothing more than that. Within a close where 11 of the 15 houses have already done extensions. We've also tried our very best to engage in the most considerate and sympathetic fashion with this process. We discussed pre-planning with Merton. We then looked to find an architect who had already done work within Grange Park Place and instructed an Alan Shaw, not a relative, but a very experienced and good architect, who's looked at what we are trying to achieve, and he has basically come up with and discussed something which is considerate of and in accordance with the planning policies and regulations. I think, as it was already pointed out by the planning officer, in terms of the space between where the extension will sit and number 5 Grange Park Place, there will be actually over 4 metres of space, and between where the extension boundary will be, which is exactly the same place as it currently is with the garage, and it's only sort of an extension of the garage in effect, there is actually 16 metres between that line and number 2, which is Emilio's house, which has got 2 small side windows 16 metres away. In terms of the observations and comments from Wolsey Close, from the lady in Wolsey Close, she is actually 32 metres away, which is over 100 feet, and her house is screened by trees in that garden, which we are not removing. They will stay as they are. And I would also point out that all of the trees within the garden were planted by my family, the very first residents within the close from 1985, and have been outstanding residents who, for example, host the annual summer party on the forecourt to the close, will remain exactly as it is, with space for 4 cars. It is really going to just continue to be, a family home in an extended fashion, consistent with, the design and regulations that we discussed with our architect. In terms of notification, I think just as an observation on that, everybody within the close, as I understand it, was aware of the proposals. Originally, the application was submitted in July, and we're now here in November, so I think there's been sufficient time for people to look at things. I know some people have even submitted in the last couple of days.
Sorry, that's not true. That statement is not true.
Sorry, can I just, you had a chance to speak, can I just continue? I actually went on holiday in early August, 3 days after my father-in-law suddenly, in tragic circumstances, passed away. We came back from holiday, there was an inquest, we came back from holiday and had to engage in my father-in-law's funeral. It was only at my father-in-law's funeral that my mother mentioned to me that there had been comments on the Morden website, people protesting against what was proposed. I went round the very next day after the funeral to knock on the doors of the proximate neighbours, including Jane and Emilio, to say I'm very open to discussion, I'm very open to go through things with them, and I received absolutely no phone calls. That was in August, beginning of September. We are now in November. And just as a final point, in relation to the restrictive covenants that Jane mentioned, that's a completely separate point to planning, and I don't think those observations actually have any real merit. And let's not forget, 11 of the 15 houses in the close have already done extensions.
That's not true. That's not true.
And all I would like to say in summary is that I think the planning officer's assessment of the proposals is a very fair one, and I'd just like to thank you for recommending that the proposals should be approved. Thank you.
We just found a letter up on the website. Change name. Would you like to respond?
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Just very quickly. So, the application clearly it's acknowledged as a wide extension. However, it is on the same building line as the garage, which is set quite far back from the front of the property, which is the main reason why we are happy with it in terms of street scene. The dwelling is slightly staggered already, and it's being set far back and being designed for the low ridge height and the low eaves height. I'm happy with that. In terms of overlooking, because it's on that building on that same line, there might be some views from the windows, but in planning terms, that's a perfectly acceptable relationship across the road. You'll know it's actually similar over here, so that's actually quite common. Again, to the back, that is to the front of the property, very far away. Notification I will show here that we have notified correctly in accordance with the management procedure order. So, in terms of the covenants, yes, it's not on the two planning consideration, so we can't consider those. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Just checking on the website in terms of the consultation on a particular application. Just notice numbers 14, numbers 2, 3, 4, 5 and 7 were consulted. And we also have a letter dated the 4th of September, submission from Mr. Silvio for number 2, objection to the application.
Can I say something else?
I'm sorry, Matt, we do allocate time, and we have come out of time.
There is such inaccuracy.
Questions, please.
Not true.
Councillor Morden.
Thank you. Could the officer go to the photo you showed earlier of the existing front of the house and the garage? Maybe the next one. That's the one. You see the side of the house there, the window on the first floor to the left, is that the existing bathroom which will be knocked through to join into the new extension?
I believe so.
And just for the, to understand the scale of the street, it looks to me like that photo is taken from virtually the centre of the road, in between the applicant site and number 2. So you can see the distance back from the existing garage across to the road, and then the other half of the road before you get to number 2. That's going to be roughly where the photo is taken from.
That's probably not right, yeah. I mean, it's probably on there. It might be slightly on paper, but it's, yeah.
You don't know. It's not. You've had.
Do we have any further questions, please? Councillor Steve.
Thank you, Chair. Can the officer sort of advise or confirm whether neighbours have had or have not had extensions carried out?
I don't know, to be honest. It's more than likely, but I can't confirm.
Any other questions? Do we have any comments? No comments. Then can we move to the vote? Those in favour of the recommendation to grant planning permission subject to conditions completion. That's unanimous. Then the application is granted. I'd like to ask to look at agenda item 13, which is a TPO for 10 Murray, which is something we have to decide on this evening. We will try to cover the unit for the unit, but no, somebody's here. You are. Okay, we will do our best.
Thanks, Chair. Yes, very briefly, you'll see probably the report of a read. There's a tree we've placed a provision tree preservation order on, and this evening we're seeking to have that confirmed. The report sets out the details of why we think it should be confirmed. There is minimal damage to the some of the landscape in the property, but nothing we think could be quite easily repaired, so therefore we need to order is maintained. Thank you.
Are we okay with this? Can we move to the recommendation? Those in favour, please show. Anyone against? Not voting? Do you put your hand up? This meeting. Okay. So that's agreed. We're now looking at Unit 12, Industrial Estate. Yeah. Yeah.
Members, this application is brought to the Planning Applications Committee for determination because it departs from adopted planning policy and is therefore not for officers to determine under the Council's scheme of delegation to officers. The application has been the subject of consultation with no representations being received and internal consultees raising no objections. The proposals are for the use, in addition to the warehouse use, of one of the units on the Mitcham Industrial Estate as a gym. Key issues are addressed in the officer's report from paragraph 7.2. The issue of an alternative use to those employment uses normally deemed suitable in a locally significant industrial area are examined, with the applicant highlighting a lack of interest in businesses wishing to commit to the premises. The provision of a leisure use is also examined, and given the space sought by the operator, the operation could not reasonably be accommodated in nearby town centre sites. Parking and servicing raise no issues, with sufficient car parking being retained to service the proposed use. Proposals keep the building in active use, creates employment, but does not preclude the unit from returning to its former use should the use cease. Planning conditions will ensure that adequate control can be maintained over other leisure uses that might have a greater impact on the surrounding area in terms of noise and traffic. The application is recommended for approval, subject to conditions.
Can I say this is in my ward? I personally don't have any concerns about it. Are there any questions? Any comments? Yes, Councillor Sarkane.
Well, just take it pragmatically, if it generates employment on an employment site, I really don't see a problem with it.
Okay. So shall we agree the recommendation? Those in favour, please show. Okay, those against? Not voting? Thank you. And then the recommendation is granted. We have two other applications here, Cochrane Road. I think we're trying to exit if we can. This is
Thank you, Chair. Members, the application site's at the end of Cochrane Road, which is a cul-de-sac road. Site comprises existing three-bed end-of-terrace dwelling with benefits on front side of the amenity space. Talking through the existing plans, so end-of-terrace plot with a hip roof at the moment. Typical three-bed end-of-terrace property. It's got a very small single-story extension at the rear already. That's the roof plan there. That's it from the front. And the back. Side. The proposed scheme is extensions to the building to create 3 new flats. The proposal was on 1 3-bed ground floor flat and 2 1-bed flats on the floors. Access to the ground flat will be from the front and the others via the sides and the internal staircase. The front outbuilding will be replaced light for light and be used for bicycle and bin storage. Talk through the proposed plans. So this is a roof plan clearly. Hip to gable plus rear dormers and ground floor extension. The ground floor flat, 3-bed, 2 single rooms. They will have access to the private garden space at the rear of the site. The first floor flat, 1-bed unit, new staircase here to access it. And the top floor will have a smaller 1-bed unit in the top. That's the roof plan here. So from the front, hip to gable, plus a 2-story very small side extension to the right. At the rear, a box dormer and dormer on the rear outbuilding. With a single-story extension is here. From the side, box dormers here. It should be noted that this is end of terrace and the site actually faces the railway line and beyond, so although it's quite an unusual design for this bit, it will be very shielded from public view. This is the plan just to show you bin storage and cycle storage bit at the front of the site. Site photographs, this is the site here, and at the back, so it will come out, dormers up here, and a single story wraparound extension. That will be removed, the single story section here. You see at the back, so some properties have done rear dormers building up the party wall as well. So some there, some back here. So overall happy with the character of the extensions. It should be noticed that the majority of extensions and slightly different design form have been approved previously under a household application. But overall it's considered to be appropriate form, scale and size to provide three flats in place of a 3-bed house. And I must recommend officially granted. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Questions, Councillor Lee?
Just comments.
Okay, any other questions? No. Comments then?
These are very narrow roads and there isn't parking, there isn't turning circles. The council within the master plan and the local plan, they want to extend this road, so this wouldn't be end of terrace. Crossrail 2 proposed to use the site for long-term demolition and building things, so it's just a very tiny area, and the 2 one-bedroom flats are too small. I think it's unreasonable for the whole road to have more housing in a very restricted place. The grass in the garden doesn't grow because there isn't any sunshine. I accept these are very expensive places, ridiculously expensive, but I don't think we should be making tiny and tiny flats out of very small houses, so I want to reject it.
Councillor Wood.
Reading the report, section 5.2 on the consultation, there are 4 bullet points there of where local residents have made objections. All 4 of them relate to parking and parking permits. And in the conclusion in 8.2, it suggests the section 106 agreement restricting occupants from obtaining parking permits, therefore dealing with every single point which the people who objected to the recommend to this application raised. Therefore, I can't see any further objections. I think it should move through and pass it. Thank you.
So just to let you know, all people get parking permits because the parking department here take no notice of planning issues completely. Everybody who's told they can't have them gets them. I get fed up every month saying I'm really sorry, trying to get them taken away. Between the 2 departments, would you mind? Did I interrupt you? If you wouldn't mind, so that does not work, and I've asked time and again that planning and parking talk to each other. This does not work. So these people will get permits, and it has to stop because it's not a fact that they're going to be done.
Just on that point, I mean, I've certainly heard Councillor Dean say this point on numerous occasions, and I have no idea whether it's true or not, but I do wonder whether you could speak to your colleague, who's the relevant cabinet member, to see whether there is some work to be done to check whether in fact people are getting parking permits who shouldn't be.
Are there any other questions? Comments? Okay, did you want to move the recommendation?
No.
Okay.
I have further comment. On the parking permits, if we put an agreement in place that the residents of this block cannot have a parking permit, then they cannot have a parking permit if they apply for a parking permit using the address in that block, because that will be on the list of places that are allowed to have permits. Now, if people circumvent the system and find someone down the road who doesn't own a car and get them to apply for the permit and then stick it in their car, well, it could possibly be fraud, but it's not a consideration of this committee. We're saying the people who live in this new block cannot have parking permits, so they can't legally have parking permits. They can't apply for one, and they won't get one if they do.
I'd like to personally say that this conversion for me seems like a massive overdevelopment. This is my personal view. I'm very anti these small family houses being converted in this way with 3 flats. It's not 2, it's 3 flats. It's very reminiscent of the one that's coming up after it. personally, there are no planning grounds here. They've got the space, but anyway.
So I can propose overdevelopment.
Pardon?
I can propose overdevelopment.
Okay, propose it. I'll second it. I'll put in proposed overdevelopment to the vote. Those in favour, please show. Oh my goodness. Wow. Those against? Oh my God, I've got a casting vote. Well,
You should use it then.
Is it 5-5? It's 5-5. Well, I'll use a casting vote then, so we'll turn it down. Baptist Road has come back. We were asking for. We were asking for.
Sorry, Chair. Yeah. Overdevelopment on the grounds of.
It's bulk massing. And how big are those 2 one-bedroom flats? Under 50 square?
They're all compliant.
Well, it's overdevelopment, I think is the best thing. I'm sure you can find, you look at your books all day. Well, the office is closed down, you know what to do.
No, that's not really how we should do this.
Except what's down there.
Don't want to accept what we're saying. It's an excessive number of units giving rise to a high impact on neighbour amenity from the extension.
That's fine. Exactly.
Thank you. I'm sorry to move through this, but there's a bit of passion going on here. Right, Beckett's Gardens.
Chair, members, the decision on the application was deferred at the previous meeting of the Planning Application Committee on the 18th of October. The committee voted to defer the item to the next meeting so that officers could re-examine the parking to the front of the property and the lack of amenity space for a one-bedroom flat. Officers have contacted the applicant, who has indicated they would like the application to be determined as originally submitted. Officers have revisited the 2 issues that form the basis for deferring the decision. On the issue of parking, the report has been updated from paragraph 7.37. The transport officer has reviewed the parking layout following the deferral. The layout on the submitted plan shows 2 cars, 4.8 metres in length, parked parallel to the footway. There is inadequate depth to park at right angles to the curb. However, 2 cars can be parked in an angular fashion, which allows cars to drive into or out of spaces in a satisfactory manner. Smaller cars of 4 metres in length can be parked at right angles to the curb line. When we say smaller cars, that would be something like perhaps a Ford Focus, which is 3.95 metres above the bumper. The exact same parking layout has been approved under application.
Councillor G, you'll have to do this. I'm sorry, because I'm.
Sorry.
Yeah, I forgot to get out. Not suddenly change your politics.
The exact same parking layout has been approved under application reference 16P 2832 and therefore is established as being an acceptable layout. Planning permission 16P 2832 can still be implemented, and officers would highlight that to refuse permission on the grounds the proposed parking layout would be inconsistent with the earlier decision and, in the event of appeal, would be likely to expose the council to the risk of an application for costs on the basis that it has acted unreasonably.
On the matter of amenity space, the issue is addressed in paragraph 7.27, and additional text is included in the report. Again, officers note that in terms of the absence of amenity space for a one-bedroom flat, the approach being taken is consistent with that taken under the earlier application. 2016 permission can still be implemented, and again, officers would highlight it would be inconsistent and could expose the council to an application of costs in the event of appeal. An overly prescriptive condition regulating the alignment of the parking of vehicles is considered unnecessary and would be difficult to enforce. And informative is recommended simply to encourage the occupiers of dwellings to park at an angle to the footway so as to avoid vehicles overhanging the footway, and that's recommended. Again, officers recommend the application is approved subject to conditions.
Thank you. Thank you. We have no speakers, so straight to questions. Councillor May.
Given that I was instrumental in calling it in because of refusing referencing it back because of the parking issues, and the parking issues seem to have been answered because we had a query at the last meeting whether this was legal or not, and the officer said it is legal, so I don't see, unfortunately, I don't see an objection. I don't see any way I can object to this.
Okay, thank you. Any more questions?
There was a restricted community space for the small flat. I don't see this as any different from the previous application personally. I think it's an acceptable cramped space for the single flat. But that's my personal view. It's in my ward.
You're right, there are no changes.
Yes, Chair, I think Councillor Kirby is aware that we're revisiting a scheme which, although slightly different, has certain similarities with a scheme approved in 2016. And on the issue of amenity space, the Council has already accepted a one-bedroom flat without 5 square metres of amenity space as a one-bedroom flat, where, for example, a new build to be required to provide. So we're saying, as a matter of judgment, it's a conversion without chopping and changing the roof or providing sort of balconies. You wouldn't achieve 5 square metres. So on balance, it's considered that the quality of the flat is sufficient to be supported. And again, if we were to refuse, it would then mean that a scheme that could be could be implemented would run parallel to an identical scheme that the councils refused, and it would just expose us to criticism and appeal. And as I said, even though it may not be a big hit, it could expose us to costs.
Any more questions? Comments? Councillor.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair. I proposed we defer this for last month to this meeting for those 2 issues. I mean, just addressing those issues. I think the car parking issue has been addressed entirely. And we raised questions about the community space. They haven't changed the plans in any way. And I think I would have hoped maybe they'd have a look into it, but I think for the reasons that officers have just expounded, I don't think we have a material planning reason for turning this down. I think we have to pass it.
Councillor Gibb, do you want to propose anything?
No, I already put it to the Borough Plan Advisory Committee that I would like them to look in depth at what's going on in Gravely Walk in terms of conversion, because it's still we won't have these valid roads at all. They'll all be converted.
In that case, shall we go for the vote? All those in favour? Against? Granted.
Appeals, can we get that agenda item? Please, and enforcement. Okay, that. It's 12:30. There we go. Thank you for your patience. I know it's been a difficult evening, but we got through in the end.